I've said about this shit is always correct, all right? Earlier this year, I was repeatedly threatened about a podcast, correct? Which I never had any intention of ever being a part of, right? Then I was offered to be a part of a different kind of podcast that was going to be way more positive than this toxic one. And I said I would consider it. Then the whole thing flipped on its head and I was attacked by the people who wanted me in the podcast. What happened? You know, they're just out of their minds, these people, all right? But anyway, want nothing to do with me because I don't want to have anything to do with drama. I'll talk about any topic you want. I have lots of lots of knowledge, lots of experience, lots of stuff to offer to any kind of discussion. They don't want to discuss anything intelligent. They want drama. So that's why I'm not in anyone's podcast, and I won't be. No one is interested in that. I have fast food every day. Every day was fast food because I didn't cook, because I didn't feel like there was a point. I lived by myself, and I didn't feel like there was a point to cooking because it was too much effort and too much cleanup and too much time to cook for myself. So every day I would go out and I would get fast food. Some days it would be awful, like burgers and hot dogs. Some day it would be grilled chicken sandwiches. Some day it would be a salad or a wrap. So it all depended, but it was always fast food, you know. I drank energy drinks, and the energy drinks were unhealthy. Sodas with caffeine in them and things like that that you really shouldn't be drinking. That's the kind of shit that I was drinking back then.
To our situation. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News. This is the Snort Report. It's all brought to you by Snort Coffee Company, the best beverage company. Let's go. So, ladies and gentlemen, continuing the campaign, plus or minus some situations or whatnot that we caught early. Not early enough, of course, but it is what it is. We're going to continue on with our situation. So, what do I have for you guys? Another round of bacon strips. You know what I'm saying, but done by yours truly while Diggs is still on vacation. And we're going to be going over the Bottom Bitch podcast from October 17th of 2023. The link to the Raw Phil rendition will be down in the description because, you know, we give credit to our peers around here. And I have 4 clips that will make up essentially our broadcast, broken down into segments that I thought would be interesting. First one's going to be overhyping these 4 games and whatnot. As you know, Sonic, spoiler, by the time this comes out, you guys would have already seen the debacle that turned into. The 2-day bitch fest that became. So we're going to go over that. The rollout of the hardcore begging season. I'm sorry, the hardcore gaming season, which is the hardcore begging season, and day 1 of Sonic. Second clip will be Money, Money, Money. DSP copping out of rank play and or master rank for Street Fighter 6 because he a bitch. Third one is him crying about these Nintendo controllers or joypads that he has, and he was concerned if they were going to work out for the new Mario game. And then the last one's kind of empty calories, which is just Mario versus Sonic as it pertains to platforming games, as it pertains to popularity. And then there wasn't a lot of contributions, all par for the course. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my TED Talk. Sonic. Here's the thing. I don't think the new Sonic game is a bad game. I honestly think it's not built for Dark Side Phil because he's clearly not going to want to run the game twice or 3 times. He's not going to do repeated runs on it. He's not going to do multiplayer. And so essentially the game is dead for him, to be honest. With as many characters that the game allows you to have, which is 4, you can play the game literally multiple times and play it differently each and every time. DSP doesn't see the value in that. He wants to go through it once, hopefully find all of the secrets and special stages and all the bells and whistles, and then let that be his magnum opus as it pertains to that game and move on to the next game. Which sounds like he just doesn't like playing games and he doesn't care about playing them. If you're not gonna, what's the value of any game at this price point that he's going to bitch about later on, if which will be the next segment, by the way. If you're not going to be willing to play it a couple of times, or even have a community night, and play some multiplayer with viewers. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I could come up with so many ideas on how he could do that and profit off of it, but I've given this asshole enough help. So he could have just gone about it that way. Really what it comes down to, though, is he just overhyped and he underdelivered, which is par for the course if you're Dark Side fucking Phil. You know what I mean? He should have went out there and actually looked at what people's reviews are and what they were saying about it, and then he could come to I wouldn't say educated, but a reasonable conclusion on, is this the game for me to be playing opening week, or should I wait? And truth be told, he should have waited. Actually, all 4 of the games that are coming out, none of them are really going to benefit him. There are plenty of other games he could be playing and getting them out of the way. And then he could play the new releases, which won't be new by the time he gets to them. He could play later on down the line. It's about timing. But this idiot is still hell-bent on day one views on a channel that ain't worth a damn anymore. The channel is, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if I can express this any better. DSP Gaming is dead. It is quite literally a dead channel. And if he thinks he can just bulldoze his way through it in the hope that 1 or 2 videos, quote unquote, get white hot popular or go virally popular or whatever the case may be, and he'll put him back right where he's going to be, is not going to be the case given the amount of content, if you want to call it that he's already deleted. The channel is dead. And his name, or his aliases, if you will, or aliases in the algorithm belong to his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. That's why you have a lot of these guys, these other guys, right, that aren't, that are outside of the usual group, who can do one-shots of detractor content, or of DSP content, I should say, and get 100,000 views or more. DSP can't do that. There's a reason why. There is... You gotta understand, as it pertains to the algorithm, 1, there's nobody watching him on his channel. It's pretty much hate watchers and detractors, trolls, haters, and critics at this point. Even though there are other resources out there to go to if you don't want to watch DSP directly. Essentially, he has just a lot of hate watchers over there. And they're just thumbing down the video. And if they are leaving comments, DSP is saturating those. So DSP is fucking himself all the way around because he's not allowing any real engagement to happen on the channel, and this whole 24-hour embargo that he has on his streams, which is going to fuck him over, because if people can't or don't feel like their comment is being actively engaged with on the stream, then they may come to the comment section when the video comes out and do it. But that's neither here nor there. Another thing that he was doing, I'm not sure if anybody caught up on this, I spoke about it on stream, but I'm pretty sure I've said it in video form too, that he had this thing going for a while where he would do the stream, right, and then he would leave it up. He would just unlist it, so it'd probably be up for the better part of like 12 to 16 hours or whatever the case may be. So if anybody on his channel, I should say, any of his viewers who saw the community post that he made about the new stream could go there and watch it still. It would just be unlisted. And they could kind of engage with it there before he finally privated it. There was a time, this was early in his quote-unquote success with Street Fighter 6 with Blanca, that he was keeping those videos up for the better part of a week before he started privating them. And I think he really missed out, because that's where a large part of his engagement was coming from. And I'm betting, somewhere down the line he thought, oh, I'm starting to get a lot of engagement on the streams, on the unlisted streams, so I'll just take those down early, and that'll drive those same people to the videos. But the videos are so disoriented and discombobulated, or whatever the case may be, and no one wants to sit there and deal with a fucking Dark Side Phil playlist, that they went ahead and immediately lost all interest in it. So the idiot putting out the community post to help bring and garner more attention to his streams, even though people didn't show up to the initial stream themselves, they still showed up later on to watch the archive of the stream before it gets all cut up into bullshit. And this idiot somehow still fucked that up. So when you think about these new game releases and whatnot, right, and what he's trying to achieve through these new game releases for the channel, he's still doing it ass backwards. Not already, he's still doing it ass backwards. And he's never going to get anywhere like this. At all. Like, you have to think, where's the value at? Having the archive stream up, right, where people already have already engaged with the community post to get to it, or to these videos. Your videos are dead. There's, like I said, besides the hate watchers and maybe the few fans who don't pay any attention to your community posts, they're going to go there. But everybody else is clearly engaging with this. I've seen those streams, and I've seen the archives of them, I should say. And you'll see 35, 4,000, 42 to 4,400 views on those streams. Why not just keep the archive streams available? Keep them unlisted, right? But when you go to his community post, you can clearly click on that link, because you'll still see the thumbnail available, and just go through that. And let people engage with the content that way. Oh well. Anyway, so like I said, he's really hurting himself from that standpoint. When you look at any detractor who streams or whatnot, first off, none of them really cut their shit up like that. But more importantly, they make sure that the stream is actually available, the whole stream. And the fact that Darkside Phil, for as obsessed as he is with his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, why he hasn't picked up on that makes no sense. What he's doing is completely and utterly outdated. If you're doing what Darkside Phil's doing now, you should be taking your streams and cutting them up into edited content, not into these segments and shit, and then just putting it out there and getting mad that you can't get 1,000 views on it. Whatever. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, so that's what's going to make up our broadcast. Should be fun. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. I don't smell no bacon cooking, so let's go ahead and get, I guess really it'd be chili dogs, since it's Sonic, but yeah, whatever. This is the Snort Report. This is DSP News, always late, never breaking, unreliable coverage that you can't count on. Oh yes! A GTG Network and Productions. You guys already know the slogan. I don't smell no goddamn bacon cooking. Let's go ahead and get to the situation. Time to watch me work. I wonder, real quick, do you think Catherine could burn a chili dog? Because we all know what she did to that pre-cooked ham that one year. Well, truth be told, it was her and Phil. But do you think Catherine could really fuck up a chili dog? Anyway, here we go.
You guys are in a good mood today, because today
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is clip number 1 of 4 from the Bottom Bitch podcast from October 17th of 2023. The link to the raw fill rendition will be down in the description, and hopefully, with our new editor, the timestamps should be on this so you can kind of skip through and whatever the case may be. And for those of you who leave timestamps, it's very much appreciated. And yeah, let's go ahead and get to it.
It is officially the start of the that you guys are in a good mood today, because today is officially the start of the non-stop gaming releases. This morning we've got a new one. It's a big one. It's an exciting one. Jasper's obviously excited. Look at this. Look how excited he is for today's release. Me too. And then after that, we've got 2 on Friday. After that, we've got another one the week after. After that, we've got 2 more the week to week and a half after. And then we pretty much got consistent releases all through like November to December. So it is definitely the busiest gaming season of the year. I call it the hardcore gaming season, the fall or autumn gaming season, the busy gaming season, whatever you want.
Actually, it's literally like the hardcore. It's legitimate. Like Snort was right on the button with it. It's definitely the hardcore begging season. Big ups to Snort. How must it feel to have these new releases come out and you see these people who are getting tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of views on their content, and you're not? Like, that shit must be wild. Like, you know what I'm saying? And he could talk about how his legacy and how he's been on YouTube for all these years, and he, and he makes meaningful content or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But truth be told, it's the audience themselves, it's the masses, it's the mob, if you will, who actually dictates whether the content is meaningful or not. And clearly, if you're not getting the views on it, then it's clearly not that meaningful. Now, granted, you could say, well, hey, he's doing it for the few and not the many, and so on and so forth. Okay, fair enough. Why won't he improve for the few people who are still around, who still believe in him, and who hope that one day he'll do better? Like, I wonder if any of those individuals over there have ever thought about that. I wonder if he's ever thought about that. Clearly he hasn't, obviously. We all know this. But there's a reason why that Sonic playthrough failed. At the current time that I'm recording this, there's a reason why he's becoming a massive laughingstock when it comes to this Mario playthrough. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is so much memeable, like, clickable shit that could be turned into YouTube shorts, or are definitely going to end up blowing up on TikTok if someone can hit their algorithm right. That DSP is going to look more of an asshole than he does with that than he did with the Zelda shit. I got to tell you, if he's looking at transitioning out of gaming and looking to just doing a podcast, he's going to need to have some real substance. But he has nothing. He has nothing at all but gaming. There's nothing else to him. The guy doesn't know shit about politics. He doesn't even vote, to be honest. But he doesn't know shit about politics. He doesn't know shit about pop culture unless it's in his era, and even then half of that shit he gets wrong. He doesn't give a shit about sports. He doesn't follow anything of relevancy or whatnot. He doesn't give a shit about music. He has nothing. The dude literally has nothing. And the one thing that he is quote unquote known for, he's bad at. The only thing he could do is literally criticize other streamers or YouTubers or game companies, and there are going to be consequences behind that shit. So it really, like, when you really boil it down, his failure as of with this Sonic thing really makes a whole lot of sense, and it's almost befitting, to be honest. That's kind of wild. I'd like to tell you that it was sad, or it is sad, but it's not, because I don't give a fuck that much. Let's continue, though. I love seeing him get his hopes up, only to see them crash upon him later.
But it is definitely in full swing as of today. And I'm excited for this, obviously. I am in attire that is appropriate for what we'll be doing today, right? I've even got the specific layout for Sonic
You're in
today.
attire that's appropriate for the situation. A Sonic shirt that's probably outdated, some piss stained fucking pajamas probably, and then you're unwashed and unshaved. Congratulations, Dark Side Phil, for essentially fulfilling the stereotype of the loser gamer and streamer actually who has nothing going for themselves. That's not even a meme. That's something that people have actively spoken about as it pertains to YouTubers and streamers, that they're all just losers, and that's the reason why they're doing what they're doing, because they couldn't accomplish anything else in IRL. But yeah, this idiot is proud of it. This is the appropriate attire for his Sonic playthrough. I'm gonna bring that back for you to hear that. That's so sad. It's so sad. Oh shit.
Excited for this, obviously. I am in attire that is appropriate for what we'll be doing today, right? I've even got the specific layout for Sonic today. I've even got appropriate lighting for the blue blur, right? Today is, I hope that you're in a good mood. I am, Jasper is. We're all pumped, right? So, thanks for being here this morning. If you are here live, if you're not, if you're watching on demand, welcome as well. Hope that you're ready for some cool vibes and fun. Today, we have a couple things to talk about. First of all, I would like to try to figure out what the heck we're doing on the late stream tonight, because we really don't know. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. Should we continue on with master level online, ranked gameplay in Street Fighter 6, or should we maybe do something a little bit less serious? Should we actually do offline gameplay of the game and continue on with the story mode? I don't know. I want to talk with you guys about it.
You know what's funny? The one thing that wasn't suggested that should have been was community night. Why wasn't that a thing? Why is it that, oh, well, I'm not sure really what we're going to do here or there, or if I can't afford the big four and I have to put it off because I got all these bills coming through and my YouTube payment isn't going to show up on its on the date that it's supposed to show up. Why can't you just do community night in Street Fighter? Which was something that he hyped up until Game Tracker left. Is it Trekker or Game Tracker? Whatever. Until they left. And then with their $30 contribution, or the $29.99. And then after that, community night died, essentially. Like, it was like, oh, that shit wasn't even worth a damn no more at that point. It makes you think.
And get your take on it, okay? In addition, but it's fine. And, I'm excited for today being the premiere of a brand new game, and a game the likes of which we haven't seen in many years. If you remember, was it 2017? It was either 2017 or 2018. I get them confused. Sonic Mania released. And I remember when this game released, everyone was very skeptical. Everyone was like, we don't know if this is going to be any good. We haven't seen an actual 2D style Sonic game in a while. And the last few Sonic games before then had been huge flops. And everyone was wondering if this one would be any good. And when it came out, it absolutely blew everyone away. Like, wow, it plays like classic Sonic. It looks like classic Sonic. It has all of the spirit of the original Sonic trilogy, only it's new. It even had, the classic pixel art and all of that. So, it actually pleasantly surprised a lot of people who weren't really expecting much out of the Sonic franchise. And I would argue that Sonic Mania was the beginning of the turnaround for Sonic, as Sonic had had almost a decade of bad games. You had games like Sonic Colors and Sonic Generations that were good, followed by some pretty big flops. Remember Sonic Forces? Remember Sonic Boom? Yeah. So it was kind of a big bad run for Sonic for a while there. And
so two games was a bad run. Yet if you let's go back to 2017 since he gets confused. He had a number of bad playthroughs in 2017. And he was basically like, okay, I get that this playthrough didn't go out well, or people didn't like this one, people don't like that one. Are you really going to judge me on these 2 or 3, or these few, let's say that. Are you really going to judge me and my content on a few bad playthroughs? Have I not done well before that? I'm paraphrasing here. But have I not, performed well before that to where I should be given the benefit of the doubt, despite the fact that he's not doing it here? That shit's fucking hilarious. Because this idiot always wants to benefit the doubt, but then again, what's more important to him, he wants to be able to criticize other people's failures, other people's shortcomings, and other people, over-promising and under-delivering. But when he does it, oh, I'm a small content creator, I don't have the resources of other people, I did the best that I could with what I had. But if it's anybody else, oh, they should have known better. Oh, they've been around for a long time, they should be able to do better. Oh, you guys did this and it worked out really well. Why couldn't it translate over here? Why couldn't you just copy-paste it? But then that's bullshit, because then he'll flip that later and say, oh, why are they always copying and pasting? Why can't they actually be creative and come up with something new? Whatever he decides to do when it comes to the podcast game, if he ever really decides to do it, because I don't think he's going to, because he doesn't have enough confidence to do so, clearly, and he knows that people are going to headhunt him. He better be willing to answer back. He better be willing to react to his namesayers on his podcast and give an explanation, or at least give a rebuttal to their criticism. If not, he's going to fail. Which is the reason why DSP React is garbage. It just shows how out of touch he is with the world that he lives in. But then again, he doesn't live in this world, though, does he? He lives in his little gated community, inside of his little room, and nothing else. The house is going to squalor. I'm hearing fucking rumbles about how he's been hoarding trash since the pandemic, since 2020, and all kinds of other nonsense. I can't wait to get into that nonsense. You know what I'm saying? The guy's got nothing. And as time goes on, just as you see with Wings, his avenues are slowly but surely closing off. Which is weird, because it's the internet. You should be able to essentially do anything if you're willing to put the work in. And if you have a little bit of ingenuity. And he can't even do that. He can't even do that.
Then it seems like Sonic did have a turnaround. We had Sonic Origins last year, which was a collection of the original games. Not to say that it really added much, but it was great to have those games represented on modern consoles in widescreen. And then you had Sonic Frontiers, which was, in my opinion, a good first attempt at taking Sonic into an open world 3D environment. Sonic needed kind of a reboot in that 3D, franchise, because the last few games that he had in the 3D realm just weren't very good. And I think that Frontiers was good. Not amazing, but still pretty darn good for what it was. And if they use that game as the groundwork for future Sonic 3D games, I think that it's going to do really well. So, earlier this year when Sonic Superstars was announced, to say, oh, Sonic is coming back, but in the 2D capacity again. It's the same dev team as Sonic Mania, but rather than be a throwback retro game with old school graphics, it's going to actually be a brand new modernized game with, all kind of brand new visuals and gameplay effects and things. I'm like, that sounds good to me. Essentially this is the spiritual successor / sequel to Sonic Mania. So, you hope for the best. I've heard some mixed bag reviews about the game. For me, I'm going to judge it fairly, and I'm going to judge it for myself. I'm not going to let these reviews influence me. Honestly, a lot of people did not like Sonic Mania as much as I did. So maybe it's kind of that situation again. Or maybe the criticisms are warranted. Maybe it won't be as good as everyone hopes. I don't know, right?
Wait. Did you... First off, the Sonic Frontiers thing, didn't he have like a YouTube short that did well? Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm assuming that right there is actually why he's leaning into Sonic Frontiers, because I'm pretty sure he had a YouTube short that did well. But another thing, the main reason I'm pointing this out is because he said that I've heard some things about this new Sonic game, I'm not sure, but I've had people who didn't like Sonic Mania, so maybe there's something there, or maybe these guys have valid complaints. So he's already discounting people who don't like what he likes. If you, depending on how you want to take what he said there, I'll bring it back and we'll see. You guys see what I'm seeing.
So maybe it's kind of that situation again, or maybe the criticisms are warranted. Maybe it's warranted. So maybe it's kind of that situation again, or maybe the criticisms are warranted. Maybe it's me. Honestly, a lot of people did not like Sonic Mania as much as I did. So maybe it's kind of that situation again, or maybe the criticisms are warranted. Maybe it won't be as good as everyone hopes. I don't know, right?
Okay, that might have been a reach on my part now that I've got to listen to it again. But, you know, with the pig crossing his arms the way he is, making himself feel like, or trying to present himself as some type of authority on something, which he's not. That's how it kind of came across to me. Like he was disregarding what other people said because they didn't agree with him, which is something that we actively know that he does. But for him to have phrased it in that way, probably was a reach on my part. But that's neither here nor there. All right, let's continue.
People are saying it's not the same team as Sonic Mania. I thought it was. I thought people were saying that there were not the exact same team, but I thought some of the same people were on it. People are saying it's not. Well, then forget it. Forget everything I said. I'm completely wrong. And I strike that from the record. It's a bunch of jerks. It's a bunch of morons. It's a bunch of guys who suck ass at game development made this game.
Now, the irony of it all is, if you guys, after the 2 days of Sonic, of this new Sonic game, and how mad he was that the music wasn't the same, it didn't play the same, there were all these bonus stages that he felt that was extremely excessive, how he didn't like the new abilities or whatever the case may be. Keep in mind, like Street Fighter V, he's going into this believing, he walked into Street Fighter V believing it was the second coming of Super Turbo. He's walking into this shit thinking that it's going to be the spiritual successor to Sonic Mania, and it's like, where did you even read that at? Like, where did you even pick that up from? So this idiot is getting all of his information from Twitter and still fucking it up. But then he wants to have a fucking news show, DSPN, that talks about gaming news? Wow. Just wow.
Not that I made up. I don't even know who they are then. If it's I don't know. Anyway, I guess we'll have to see how it turns out. You know, that is the interesting part about this time of the year, is that you get so many games of so many types that release in a short period of time that, you know, you gotta kind of see what's good, what's not. I don't know. I listen, I like 2D Sonic. I grew up with them. You know, I got a Genesis just to play Sonic, essentially. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is my favorite game of the whole franchise. I absolutely loved Sonic Mania. I thought Sonic Origins was a great collection. So, you got to hope for the best and hope that this will be good, right? I hope so. And let's find out today. So, I'm decked out in Sonic attire. And
I'm not sure if you guys caught that, but that little segment there when he went back through the games, that was him trying to reinforce his own confidence. Because now he was blatantly wrong, or at least so it seems. He was blatantly wrong about who's making the game. And so now it doesn't have the familiarity of a Sonic Mania. Now he has to raffle all this shit back up to essentially get himself re-hyped back up. And to restore his confidence that this will probably be a good playthrough still. You know, there's no need to completely down on it because it wasn't the way I thought it was going to be. And it's like he's mentally trying to keep it together. It's really wild how he does that with games that he feels that he has a lot of nostalgia or he has like a long history with. So I won't bring that part back because I didn't interrupt it. But I'm sure you picking up what I'm putting down. That's pretty hilarious.
Announced this yesterday. Let's make it official. All right? During the entirety of Sonic Superstars, every single time I play this game, if we hit the hat goal of $100 of tips raised, I will put on the throwback classic long-standing Sonic the Hedgehog hat and wear it for that stream. Okay? So, thank goodness that this game released in the fall, because if this is released in the middle of the summer and I'd be sweating bullets wearing this thing, it would have been pretty uncomfortable. But, yes, the return of the Sonic hat. Have not worn this consistently in a very long time. So, yes, if we hit the hat goal, you will see the return of the Sonic hat. So if you want to see me wear this silly hat all day long, consider tipping today. I mean, it just so happens that tipping is the best way to support the streams right now with the amount of games I need to buy, with the delay in my YouTube payment this month, all of that going on. Tipping would help a lot anyway, but you get a really cool reward during this particular stream and other Sonic streams moving forward if we get that tips goal, so please consider it. Okay? Cool. So it's locked in. It's official. Sonic may be returning, Sonic hat, I should say, for this playthrough. Okay.
Spoiler: he only hit that. They only hit the hat goal once. Now keep in mind there was only 2 streams, but he only hit the hat goal once. That was it. That was it. Oh, so even his little gimmicks don't work anymore. Which goes back to what I said. Back when the vest streak started, he should have just let it ride and just let the money come in. And he couldn't do it because he has to be in control of every little fucking thing, and he was getting mad that ass clowns like myself were fucking clowning him on dumb shit. Mainly the platinum vest. The platinum vest was where the money was. And the memes that came out of that bitch was hilarious. Holy shit. Like I said, the Mr. Potato Head wrapped up in aluminum foil. I should pat myself on the back for that, but I'm not going to. That shit was hilarious, though. But all he had to do was let it ride out, but he couldn't. His fucking ego got the best of him. His ego got the best of him. I remember there was a time where people were willing to pay like $150 for the Sonic hat. $200 for the Sonic hat. Never wanted to do it because he didn't like how he was being laughed at or being mocked or ridiculed for. And now look, he can't even get a measly $100 during a Sonic themed game to put that hat on. Well, no more than once. Wow.
Excellent. All right, so let's talk. First of all, what I'd like to do is I would like to recap what we did yesterday. Then I need to talk about today because I honestly don't know what we're doing on the late stream today. We've been talking about it all week, and we haven't really come to any kind of a consensus or agreement on what I should do on the late stream tonight. So I'm on the fence about it. All right, so we'll talk about that in a moment. But before we get to that, let's recap what happened yesterday.
Now for clip number 2.
Okay, let's now do the schedule for the week. Let's talk about that. And then it looks like a bunch of contributions have come in that I need to shout out. All right, so let's talk about this. First of all, today it is the premiere of Sonic Superstars. Yes, I'm excited for this. Obviously, I'm excited for this. Look at the whole setup, right? Hopefully the game is good. Hopefully it's fast-paced action and you guys enjoy watching as much as I like playing it. And again, every time that I play Sonic Superstars, if we hit $100 in tips, I will put on the Sonic hat for the rest of that stream. Also, I should announce this. I have changed up the animations. That is correct. The whole first half of this month, you saw Frankenphil's monster, me sitting on a toilet taking a shit as a T-Rex is about to eat me, and me as the dolls from Child's Play, Chucky, right? Well, I have rotated the animations around. So now you will see different animations for the lower tier tips. You will see Drakenphil or Count Philula, however you want to say. You'll also see me as Beetlejuice, so Beetlephil or Philly Juice. And I think I put the DSP Shining animation back. The Here's Philly. I think I added that one back into the mix as well. So now you will see those animations.
Now, that's not actually the case. If I remember correctly, the reason why you didn't see those last 3 is because he put those at the higher tiers. And no one was contributing to those higher tiers, which is what forced the rotation. Which, in truth, what he should have done is the first couple of days, after introducing those new whatever, like tip layouts or whatever, he should have just circulated between those 6 or 7 and then established tiers for them after that. That's what he should have done. So it gives everybody kind of like a preview or a taste of it, if you will. Yeah. And then they can decide, and then he can kind of take the audience's temperature and see what would be, where he could place what he could place where, and determine how much money that could be maybe garnered from it. But whatever, that would, you would have to kind of think outside the lines on that shit. You kind of have to put your greed to the side. You got to put your ego to the side, believing that everything you do is fucking special. And that's something that, something the dark side Phil is just not capable of doing. Which is ironic in a lot of ways, to be honest. Because he runs around here acting like he's the most humble. And despite the mistakes he's made, he's learned from them and he's a better person. And he's the furthest thing from it.
Way more often for lower tiered tips, $5, $10, $20, $30. Those tip animations are different now. I rotated them all around. So if you do lower tip amounts, you'll see those animations. Because the thing is, I really like those animations. I don't want us to not see them because I linked them only to the top contribution levels. Because let's be honest, how often does someone drop a $50 tip? Really, how often does someone drop a $100 tip? It's incredibly rare. So I don't want us to only see those animations like twice a month. That'd be ridiculous.
Actually, I want to point that out too. Interestingly enough, you're seeing as of late that if you do see large contributions like that come in, they're coming in the form of super chats more than tips. So even amongst his fan base are getting to the point and are really just tired of the constant begging and repetition that comes from, give me tips, give me tips, give me tips, to being like, nah, Phil, we're just going to put that towards your end of the month paycheck so you can handle your fucking bills instead of you having to beg to us about how, oh, my paycheck's going to be late and there's 3 or 4 big bills and there's another one that I wasn't expecting that is coming up and I need the help. Which is ironic in a lot of ways too, because he hasn't pulled this scam off, because it is a scam. He hasn't pulled this scam off in a while. It's been a hot minute since he said that, paychecks coming in at a bad time, and I have all these new games coming up, plus I have 2 or 3 big bills and everything. And it kind of goes back to the scenario where if you're this mature adult that you keep telling everybody that you are, then you need to section shit off. You need to budget better. You need to make sacrifices. And I bet you anything, this Sonic playthrough was one of those $60, $70, however much it was. I bet you that was one of those begs that he wished he could take back. I don't think there's too many begs in Darkside Phil's history that he regrets, but I bet he regrets that one. And it's so well deserved. Womp womp.
Went into them, they're really nice. So there you go. If you contribute with a tip, you're going to see different animations, and I can already tell you we're going to see some of them this morning because some tips have already come in. Okay? All right. So today, Premier Sonic Superstars on this stream. If we get $100 in tips, Sonic Hat, and new animations. Tonight on the late stream is Street Fighter 6. Here's what we got to figure out. What are we doing tonight for Street Fighter 6? Because I have no idea at this point, right? I think at this point we've been playing ranked matches for so long, I actually feel like some people are getting burnt out on it. For me, I understand the grind of competitive Street Fighter play. I really do. So I get it. But at the same time...
But that's clearly not true. Okay, first thing, and I'll... Not that I need to preference anything, but let me at least say this. There has been... there has been a good amount of evidence that cheating has been going on in Street Fighter 6. I'm not saying any of this affects Darkside Phil, because it probably don't. But there has been a good amount of cheating that has been detected and that people are talking about, which is only hurting the game right now for various reasons. Excuse me. But that doesn't validate what DSP is saying. But I do want to put that out there that there is some pretty good examples. In an upcoming broadcast, we can go over it because Brian F. has spoken on it. Filipino Champ has spoken on it. Punk has been talking about that for a minute. There's a bunch of people that are talking about it. So I'll put a compilation together. Button Check I'm sure, has at least talked about some of it. I got to binge watch some of that tomorrow. And we'll see what's what. And I'll put something together and then you guys can kind of hear what I'm talking about. And I'll actually get you some real information and not the bullshit DSP wants to raffle off to you. So that's the thing. As it pertains to people are burnt out about rank. No, people are burnt out that he's being a bitch and he's getting smacked around and he has all these lame-ass excuses for it and no one wants to hear it. DSP always tells people want to see me have good matches. I.e., or piggy translation, is people want to see me win. And truth be told, no one really wants to see him win. People want to see him struggle. And if you're in his fan base, people want to see him actually go up against hard opponents and overcome them, be able to, get past it or whatever. And he can't do it. He legitimately can't. He has too many fucking mental blocks that have already been pre-built, if you will, that are already in place, if you will, that he just can't get over it. On top of the fact that physically, he's burnt out. He's done. He's done. The game is too fast and it requires too thinking. Even if he slows it down, which still doesn't help him, there are people who have better reactions, better reflexes, and know how to condition him or train him into reacting a certain type of way. He's done. Street Fighter, as far as I'm concerned, is done for him. Now, that doesn't mean he's not going to stop playing it, but he's coming to the realization that all of that boastering that he's been doing over the last 20 years or what, well, 15 years at least, on the internet has all been for naught. It's gone. He's done. He's done. As it pertains to online play, I should say. Because all these excuses he likes to make about how that it only works because it's online, this, that, and the third, yada, yada, yada. Who has he played offline? Who has he had some matches with offline that he could compare that to? He doesn't have anything. And then, on top of that, it's almost unthinkable that someone who has literally spent the last 15 years or so playing online still hasn't figured out how to work it, how to kind of cruise along with the internet to make shit happen or make shit work. It's really wild how that's a situation when he hasn't played offline in forever. And when he did, there was probably all kinds of different little quirks and shit, not just the fact that he played on shitty ports, but there was probably all kinds of different quirks and fucking anomalies with those arcade sticks or with those arcade cabinets that he's not admitting to, or he probably didn't even know about, or he didn't even notice. So the whole argument about DSP needs to be given some slack because he's played for so long and he's played at the level that he's played, and that should give him a little bit of slack. I don't think it does. What it really means, which no one seems to want to address who posed that argument, is that this idiot's been playing for 15 plus years on the internet, as it pertains to fighting games, and he never adapted. That's what it was. He never was able to adapt. And if he wanted to prove any of his arguments, he would go to a local, which there's a bunch of them in the Seattle area, and prove it. But he can't. And the only time he wants to talk that frame shit or talk about drop inputs or whatever, when there's something visibly on stream that he can point to say as such. And even then, it's not really an excuse because it's something that we've all had to deal with. Just something to think about.
Stressful. I think people are tired of seeing me get stressed out. Honestly, I think some people are like, damn, every time you play this game, you're swearing, you're pissed at it. And we like seeing you relax a little more. So here's the options for tonight. We have 3 options. Option number 1, I go back and I play Blanca again, and we just continue trying to climb in the master rankings of Street Fighter 6. Okay? Option number 2, instead of playing with Blanca again, maybe I pick a character who I previously tried to learn, like Zangief or Dalsim, and I try to play them maybe with some casual play online and just try to learn the character rather than worrying so much about being a try-hard and winning every match in ranked. Just trying to, play some casual matches and get a little better with those characters and have some fun. And that way it doesn't matter if I lose because there's no ranking system in place. It's just casual fun with a character that's not as good. Okay? That's an option. And by the way, I was thinking about, with Dalsim, there's a lot of stuff I can implement now that I didn't before. I could drive rush. I can drive cancel. There's things that I could do now that I didn't do previously when I played with Dalsim.
Yeah, but the properties of the character is different, so you can't implement it the same way. We saw that when he tried to go from Blanca to E Honda, and how he tried to use drive rush and some of the other implements in the drive system, and how it fell flat at first. He literally has to. You're utilizing the system, and you're putting the character to it. It's not an all-in-one type thing. It's not an all-size fits all type situation. So I don't even see the point of him saying that.
Months ago, I was thinking, man, that actually I might do a lot better with him this time around if I picked him, right? Or the third and final option for Street Fighter 6, which some people seem to actually be asking me for, and this is blowing my mind. We can return to World Tour mode in Street Fighter 6. In fact, this morning, I updated Street Fighter 6 on the Xbox, so it's ready to go. We haven't done World Tour mode in over a month.
Wait, okay, 2 things. One, rip the community nights, because that was not even... Doesn't even want to fuck with it, which is embarrassing. He doesn't want to play. He doesn't want to play Master Rank with anybody but Blanca. He does. Excuse me. He is willing to go into casual matches, just so he can try a new character out, which is really not a new character. It's a character he's already experimented with. Or he wants to do World Tour mode. Community Night is nowhere in the mix at all, which is hilarious and embarrassing, to say the very least. Because the way he tried to push Community Night on these people and how he hyped it up, I wouldn't say he pushed it on them, but the way he hyped it up and how he tried to sell it as it was going to be so inclusive, I think he really made people believe, hey, Phil's starting to really turn around and he's really gonna allow his audience and his community and the people who have supported him for all these years to finally get a chance to engage with the content, if you will, and the community at large, or letting the community, I should say, engage with the content, if you will, and shut that shit down immediately. Shut that shit down immediately. Because this idiot's got nothing to him, and he's scared that someone in his audience is going to outshine him. Or the usual detractor, troll, hater, or critic. It's fucking amazing.
This is the mode where we play as me, my avatar, and you use all the abilities that you learn from the various world warriors to go through the open world. You fight generic dudes, you fight the actual fights against the fighters, and there's story elements to it. And every time we play it, there's silly, memeable stuff that happens, okay? Last time around, I found Dalsim, and we learned Dalsim's abilities, and we had actually gone into this second open world area where you explore and do different things, and we had done a bunch of stuff in that area, and that was over a month ago, and then we never actually played it again, all right? So I would be down for whatever you guys want, but I want your feedback. I'm just taking a look now, all right? World Tour is fun.
But they're not even really good options, though, and yet again, a community night should have been actually the play. That should have been what he should have gone for. And whatnot. Instead of all this other self-serving bullshit that he's doing that he thinks is going to be entertaining, and it wasn't. Because, spoiler alert, after community night, or the first World Tour mode, or first night coming back to it, people complained about it. Which made sense, because he wasn't playing the mode to actually like explore and see all the cool shit or whatever. It was just another thing to do. It was another thing to just get past. And he wonders why it failed so miserably.
No World Tour. Dalsim Online is the way to go. I think Phil wants World Tour, but I would prefer Blanca multiplayer. We want World Tour. Turd Tour. World Tour is silly fun. I'd love to see you use Cammy. We probably wouldn't do that. Return to Mortal Kombat. That's the stupidest suggestion ever. I'll just ignore that one. I want World Tour, but I fear reprisal from one of our chatters. Make a community poll. World Tour will get no support. Did you just hear that? 672.
And like I said, I'm not someone who gives a shit about 672 or whatever, but he makes a good point. And actually, what he predicted here ended up essentially happening. There wasn't a lot of support for it. And whatnot. Ironically enough, 672 kind of got some additional attention from Wings recently too. I'll have to go back and listen to that. I think it was on a Lummox video. I have to go back and listen to that and see what's what. Big ups to Lummox. But his name has been ringing bells as of late amongst these two LOLCOWs. So that's a thing.
Just said in the chat, if you play World Tour, you will not get any support.
Okay, maybe not any support, but he certainly didn't get a lot of support. He didn't get enough for his up to DSP's expectations. So 672 was like partially right.
Think of that, guys. What do you think of that? I will get no support whatsoever if I play. That sounds like a challenge. Does it not? See, if you guys know me, you know when someone says that shit to me, that actually like it like lights a fire under my ass, and I'm like, you know what? Now I totally want to play World Tour because he said that. Because now I want to prove that it doesn't matter what mode I'm playing in a game, that people will show up because they're having a good time and they will support. It doesn't matter if it's multiplayer or World Tour or if I'm picking my ass, right? Seriously, now you have not really upset me, but you have inspired me to possibly play World Tour tonight, right? Oh my goodness. Backfired 672. It backfired. So anyway, here's what I'll say. I am leaning either towards like maybe playing with Dalsim tonight in casual matches or World Tour. Like that's what I'm leaning towards. I'll be honest, I do feel like we're kind of burnt out on the ranked master matches at this point. I'm not saying we're not going to go back to them. I do think we will. But I do feel like it's kind of, you know, we've been doing it so much now that it kind of loses its meaning and it gets kind of boring and more of a grind and more of a frustrating grind, right?
I thought you said you understood the grind, though, that fighting games, that like comes with fighting games, right? Like that's how you get better. You know what I'm saying? That's how you learn new things. And now you're saying, oh, it's too grindy. It's not that those rage compilations out there are like kicking his ass and whatnot. It's not that DSP ain't sat there and it's at least alleged, but he had to have his hoof in that in some way, shape, or form. DSP may have been part of taking down a detractor channel that used to go over his Street Fighter footage with the actual button inputs, which is invaluable. Like, it tells the story. Like, DSP can't... Well, he can. He's tried before. But DSP theoretically can't, you know, argue against that. Those are your button pushes. But then DSP will say some nonsense about, the Capcom database didn't read my inputs correctly, or whatever lame-ass excuse that it comes out of that. Oh, my gosh. Womp womp. So, trust me, there's a reason why DSP ran away from ranked and master rank. For sure. And truth be told, master rank and rank are two separate things. You know what I mean? If you're going to really try, you know, some of these other characters that you've already been experimenting with, that would be rank. Right? Whereas master rank is really only Blanc at this point. Because we already saw what happened to Lily. Womp womp. And he don't even want to bring Honda in there. He doesn't even want to bring Honda in there. But then on top of that, and this is the point that I meant to bring up a little while ago. You're over here on Xbox playing World Tour mode? Why aren't you playing World Tour on PlayStation? You ain't spent $500 on a brand new controller, or arcade stick, sorry. The ultimate copy for Street Fighter 6, plus a membership, probably the highest membership for a PSN network. And you don't even want to play World Tour on PlayStation? You want to play it on Xbox? Is this him trying to respond or even trying to retort or retaliate against the detractors who said, yeah, he wasted all his money and ran from Xbox to PlayStation? Make it make sense. or is he just so lazy that he didn't want to start up a whole new World Tour campaign on PlayStation, so he ran back to Xbox? Wow.
Honest, last time around, you go to play, and one of my matches is against someone with a 230 millisecond connection who's lower ranked than me, but there's no way to play him because the game's lagging like crazy. And then when he wins, I lose an insane amount of fucking master ranking points. Like, it's my fucking fault that the connection is shit, and I get punished for it. Yeah, that's bullshit. And it makes me, like, not want to play ranked at this point. Really, it does. It makes me get pissed. Like, I don't even want to fucking play ranked now. Not that you're going to fucking act like that. Dumb game, right? So, anyway.
Now, remember, I'm not sure if I actually put that video out yet, but he was shitting on Mortal Kombat, right? The new one. He was shitting on Mortal Kombat, saying how Street Fighter was far more superior. It's the better game overall. You know, that NetherRealm Studios should take some cues from Capcom and be better and do better. But now he's like, I don't want to play stupid games. I'm getting punished for doing nothing right. Well, then why aren't you playing Master Rank on Xbox then? Why don't you do that? Why don't you make that happen? I'm just putting it out there. I'm just curious.
Street Fighter tonight, but what are we doing?
I mean, if we ran from one console to another because we felt like we were getting a better experience, right? who's to say he couldn't have a better experience over there on Xbox? Oh, Xbox is really closely associated with PC, and PC's where all the killers are at. Oh, he could go to Xbox only, but he don't want to do that either because it's gonna turn into what being only on PlayStation Network was, and we saw the bloodletting that was. You know what I'm saying? We saw him get carved up pretty good, like I said he was going to, if he went into just PlayStation only. I mean, truth be told, when he said he was coming to PlayStation, I said I don't know why he was going to do that because there are killers over here just like there's killers over there. So it didn't benefit him either which way, and got smacked up. Completely and utterly got smacked the fuck up. Now he's sitting here crying, complaining about how I don't even want to play ranked anymore, man. I don't even want to do that, man. Stupid game. Stupid game. Embarrassing.
I would say either World Tour or maybe Dalsim casual matches and trying to learn Dalsim, right? That's my two takes. So give me your feedback. Let me know what you think. And dependent on how we talk and what people say today.
And now that I think about it, because he was playing on Xbox that night, was he trying to... Same concept, same depth and style that I just said before. He's going to sit there and try to grind characters on Xbox, right? He's going to try to do that and then try to master rank them over on PlayStation like he did with Blanca. I wonder if that's the new scheme. I legitimately wonder if that's the new scheme. If he looks at Xbox as the kiddie pool, if you will, filled with piss, I'm sure, and he can go ahead and build his confidence up over there and get his experience, and then go over the PlayStation and try to get all of his clout. Just something to think about. Just something to think about.
Probably asked the audience several times during today's stream, what should we do for the late stream? It's Street Fighter 6 either way. So please show up and please hang out with me tonight for Street Fighter 6. But I don't really know what to do for the late stream. By the way, excuse me, that was absolutely revoltingly disgusting. I did not mean to belch into the mic like that. I'm very sorry. Okay? All right. So tonight, Street Fighter 6, I just don't know what yet. Fair enough? Tomorrow...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on to on the clip number 3.
Tomorrow, it's another major stream of Sonic Superstars on the daytime stream. And then tomorrow night's late stream will be more Starfield, which I'm actually very excited to jump into because I want to see this plot continue. Like, this plot has a big twist, and there's actually stuff going on now in the plot that's interesting. So I want to see it move forward and advance and continue. So I'm actually excited for Starfield tomorrow night. I hope you'll join me for that. Okay? Now, I'm off from streaming on Thursday. When I come back on Friday, it's a double new release day. Spider-Man 2 on the daytime stream premiering, and Super Mario Wonder on the late stream premiering. However, I was thinking about this, and you know I'm a little worried. Do you want to know why I'm worried? Probably you do, right? Super Mario Wonder has actually got me worried. Do you want to know why? Because I was thinking about my Switch, and I was like, Super Mario Wonder is an old school 2D Mario game. It is not 3D. It's a 2D platformer. What's the best way to play a 2D platformer? D-pad. That's how everyone grew up playing these platformers, is on a D-pad. That's actually why I opted to get Sonic Superstars on Xbox, because I like the D-pad on the Xbox controller. Well, I have 3 different controllers for the Switch. I have the standard Joy-Cons, which I have literally not used since the launch of the console. They're terrible. Everyone knows Joy-Cons are terrible. That's why I've never used them.
Wait,
I have the Switch.
Did this idiot forget to beg for money to get himself a new Nintendo controller? Is this how he's leading us into this? Holy shit, Phil. You sat there and cried and complained about the 4 big games are coming out, and he needed to have money to play each one of those games day one. And this idiot forgot to beg for a fucking Switch controller. Holy shit.
Pro controller, okay? And the Switch Pro controller works well, except for the D-pad. The D-pad is faulty and always has been. Nintendo never addressed it, never fixed it. The Pro Controller D-pad is a broken piece of shit. You'll be pressing forward and it'll press
Now,
up.
the Pro Controller, if I remember correctly, was the one that was given to him by a fan. But I think, wasn't that also the start of the Paranoia saga? Where he thought like a detractor stole it off of his porch, or was it the UPS or the FedEx driver? He thought they were trolling him or some shit over this controller. And people were trying to tell him, I think the person who actually bought it for him told him, hey, it's downstairs, it's at the door, yada, yada, yada. I think Catherine was off that day. He could have asked Catherine to go out there and get it. Oh, I'm going to wait till my break. So he literally left the fucking, if I remember correctly, he left the controller on the patio for a better part of like 2 fucking hours. Because his ass was too lazy to go down there and get it. Wow. And then he was memeing it up about how, oh, well, if it's not there, they stole my package or some shit. It was either that or it was something else that someone gave him. But it's 50-50. Either way, it was still pretty stupid. If someone sent me something and they were like, yo, I got the confirmation that it's outside, I'm going to go out there and get it. Just because I don't want it being outside. It just seems disrespectful. Especially if it's already out there.
You'll be pressing down and it'll go backwards. It's a junk. You can't play on it. It's just a piece of shit D-pad. So I can't use that Pro Controller unless I use the thumbstick. But is Mario Wonder designed for a thumbstick as a platformer, or is it lend itself more to a D-pad? I do have a third controller. It's a Hori controller. But the Hori controller does not really have a D-pad. It has 4 buttons with a D-pad attachment you can put on top. It does work better than the Pro Controller, but it's still not great. I really don't have any good D-pad.
Matter of fact, now I think the Hori controller was sent to him too. I don't think, now that I think about it, I think outside of the Joy-Cons that came with the original Switch, which remember, his original one bricked. He bricked that one, by the way. So he had to beg for someone else to give him a Nintendo Switch, and then he took his back and got his money. So that's how he finessed them out of he finessed his audience out of getting a free Switch. Somewhat, yeah. I think the Pro Controller and I think the Hori one was sent to him by fans, and then he's probably getting ready to talk about it, but he also has some add-on Joy-Cons that was made for some type of mech shooter game or whatever that was sent to him to review. He has those too. I don't know if he's ever even used those. But funny story behind that. I guess whatever company that made them, they sent him these Joy-Cons, right? For the promotion of this new game that they had coming out. And he reviewed them, right? He kissed its ass, just as you would expect him to. The very thing that he criticizes other content creators for doing. And he sent them the link to his pitch, his shill, his whatever you want to call it, and they never answered him back. So they gave him the Joy-Cons or whatever, and they said he could have it basically, but they never responded to his commercial, I guess, his commercial promoting him. That's hilarious if you think about it. And that doesn't have shit to do with a detractor, troll, hater, or critic, because he did that after the fact. You know what I'm saying? No one knew about that until he actually put the video out. And never heard anything from them, because he was raging about it for a while, too. Wow. That brings back memories.
For the Switch. Yet I'm about to play a 2D game on the Switch. And like, oh shit. So I actually don't know what to do. I'm thinking about, I'm like, how am I going to play this game when I don't really have a proper controller for it, right? Yeah, I'm probably going to have to use the Hori.
This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is the meaningful, riveting content that people come to Dark Side Phil for. This is what you can expect from DSP Gaming. It's so good.
I almost thought I had another option, but I don't. So the other option I was thinking of, if you remember, years ago, Hori sent me controller attachments for the Switch so that the Switch turns into an actual game controller. That they're way better than the Joy-Cons. They actually feel like a real controller. Like it looks like the two ends of an Xbox controller, and they attach to the sides of the Switch. They're really good. The problem is they need the Switch as a power source, because I was thinking, oh, I could use those. Remember, there's this central piece that you could attach the Joy-Cons to and use it as a controller. But I was thinking, no, they don't have batteries in them. Those are literally powered by the Switch. You have to have them attached to the Switch. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess we're going to have to try to figure this out. I'm likely going to end up having to use the Hori controller for the first time in many years. I'll have to clean it off, and hopefully it controls well, because Nintendo, I mean, just think about how dumb that is. The Joy-Cons suck. That's what comes with the console. Then you buy the Pad Pro, and the Pro sucks.
I like how he said he has to find them and clean them off, right? Which really they're just on his entertainment center. But they've sat there for so long that he would literally have to go in there and actually, it's not just a simple wipe down of a little bit of dust and that's it. Like, that's just probably caked on with dust. Matter of fact, when he did the Nintendo Switch unboxing, you guys remember when he found that PS4 controller? Like in the, he didn't even know he even had it. But he had an additional PS4 controller. It might have been controller number 3, actually. And on one of the shelves, pushed all the way to the back, and that shit was caked on with dust. It was absolutely caked on with dust and whatnot. And he said, "Wow, I didn't even know I had this back here." Ooh. So now it's the same thing with the Hori shit, dude. You couldn't have put that shit in a box somewhere or something, or you couldn't have had your fucking maid come in there and fucking clean your room once a week. Useless piece of shit. Absolutely useless piece of shit.
How does Nintendo not know how to make a D-pad? They're fucking Nintendo. They're the ones who started the fucking D-pad, and they don't know how to make one on a modern console. It's pretty ridiculous, isn't it? But anyway, so Friday will be the premiere of Spider-Man 2 and Super Mario Wonder. Then on Saturday, we're flipping that. It's going to be Super Mario Wonder on the first stream and Spider-Man 2 on the late stream. Now, you may have noticed a big omission. Wait a minute. There's no Friday night fights? No, there's no Friday night fights. Now that we're into this very busy gaming season, the focus will be on the new games. You know, Street Fighter 6 is probably going to go on a hiatus or only be played like maybe once in a week, because there's just too much else going on. I have to play the new games as much as possible to make advancement in them, and I need those night streams for that. I can't only have them as day streams. I'll never finish any games, you see? So there's no Friday night fights. There is probably little to no Street Fighter coming up next week, all right? So Sunday will be the React show. There's no Friday night fights. There is probably little to no Street Fighter coming up next week, all right? So Sunday will be the React show. Sunday night is up in the air. It could be Sonic Superstars. It could be Street Fighter 6, right? And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week will be a balance between Sonic Superstars, Mario Wonder, and Spider-Man 2, and alternating between those three games in different orders, and that's the week. Keep in mind
too, great screenshot by the way. It really tells the story on how much he thought he was going to be able to bleed Sonic, and I bring that up in particular because of Zelda, the last Zelda that came out, and how he was crying and complaining about bloat, and the game had all this excess to it that it didn't need, and who has time to play games to this extent, so on and so forth, yada yada yada. And then he cries, spoiler alert, he cries and complains about how Sonic was only 2 sessions or 2 streams and that was it. And he's like, I paid $70 for this shit. He got exactly what he asked for and still got mad about it.
Friday the 27th, that's the release of Alan Wake 2. And that's got to hit the rotation. And being that that's a horror game, then probably the hype for that game is off the charts for those who liked original Alan Wake. That's probably going to end up being my major focus over that entire weekend leading into Halloween. So, yeah, we're going to be in crazy gaming overdrive starting, you know, today and heading into this Friday. It's going to get even worse. And then the week after that, it's going to get even worse. Jasper, do not chew my wires. You know better. I know you're trying to get attention. So I'm going to be very patient with you. Do not chew that headphone wire. Please stop. Okay? Please be a good cat. Sound good? He's playing with the wire. Jasper. Hey, Jasper Kitty. Jasper Kitty. Please don't chew the headphone wire. Please stop chewing it. You can play with it, but don't chew it, okay? I need that wire to hear. If I can't hear, I have no sound in games, and then I can't play video games. People would be very upset with you if I couldn't play video games, Jasper. Jasper, please stop biting.
X the doubt on that. It might actually be a drastic improvement. Also, it makes me think, too, given how bad this Sonic game went over, right? It makes me wonder, is DSP going to purposely sandbag these other 3 new releases so he can get his money out of it, right? Or if he feels like he gets his money's worth out of it. I'm really starting to question it. Because at current, he's acting like a complete and utter tard. Completely regarded, to say the least. Because I think that's the new thing. It makes me wonder if that's what he's going to do. Is he going to try to bloat? Is he going to literally try to add bloat to his own playthroughs so he can feel like he can get his money's worth out of it, just to get himself to the next new game, I should say. I wonder. I really do. I wonder if that's what the play is going to be. We'll see.
Jasper, release the wire. Release. Hey, release. Release that. Hey, release. Release. See, I'm trying to be nice and calm today. I'm not going to get excited. I'm just going to be very calm and cool and collected today. I'm not going to get too upset about anything. I refuse. There you go. Okay. Anyway, so, ladies and gents, that is what's going on. Please, guys, support the streams today. You guys know the ways to do it. You know that tips help me more than anything right now to afford all these new games. Plus, because the YouTube payment's going to be delayed this weekend, it would be great to have some tips to help me make up for that and pay my bills over the next few days. So please consider tipping if you can. Another way, a great way you can help right now, memberships. Yeah, we are down, I'm not kidding, 200 memberships. Ouch. Yeah, that hurts. That's a lot of memberships we lost over this month. It would be great to get some of those back. If you're someone who likes the channel, likes the content, wants to support the community, please consider gifting some memberships today. That would definitely help get us back on the right track and towards the right direction. I do feel that once we start with these new games and the Halloween event happens, that things will get more exciting with that. But right now, there's not much that can really be done. You know, it is what it is. Please consider supporting the channel. All right, let us begin with shout-outs, because we have a lot of shout-outs to do.
You can't tell me that contributions aren't mandatory. Just the way he lays it out, it comes across as such. And it sounds so fucking disingenuous, right? It's like, hey, I'm doing this, so this should give you, you know, ample reason to give me money. Or to give me support. Like, you know what I'm saying? If it's supposedly such meaningful content, then isn't that up to the viewer to actually come to that conclusion on their own? Like, why do they always have to be prodded? And prompt is probably the term that I'm looking for. To actually to give him money. Like, that seems wild. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny, because you hear about, well, some of you might. You hear about a lot of the discourse, not Discord, but some of the discourse that goes on amongst the detractor community as it pertains to, you know, monetizing your content or whatnot, right? And yet, when you look at how this idiot does it, who do any of you guys know who, on the detractor side of it, who's fallen this low? Honestly. And my stance has always been the thing. You know what I'm saying? You put time into your content and shit. You put effort into it. You deserve to be paid for it. So it is what it is. But no detractors out here doing this. And whatever your stance is on detractors making money off their content or whatever is up to you. You know what I'm saying? And everybody has the right to have their opinion. But name a detractor who's doing this shit. Name a detractor who's doing this shit. Anyway, all right, let's go ahead and go to the clip 4, and let's go ahead and finish up strong. Maybe. Here we go.
Off today with King Be Cruel, who has been a 29-month member. Says, I can't believe you timed me out, bro. It's the first time ever. I didn't time.
Oh no. Fuck. This isn't a live stream. What the fuck is going on with this shit? Oh no. Let's see here. Give me. This is almost like a live stream that I do. Like I said, shit like this happens all the time over there. Funny stuff to be had. Okay, I think we're good. To the editor, don't cut that out. I'm okay with being laughed at on this part. that was pretty hilarious.
You out.
All right, we got sound. Yeah, it's like one of my live streams. Holy shit. Buggy mechanics all around. All right, here we go.
Off today with King Be Cruel, who has been a 29-month member. Says, I can't believe you timed me out, bro. It's the first time ever. I didn't time you out. So I think you're mistaken. If you did get timed out, it sounds like a moderator might have timed you out, or maybe Nightbot timed you out. I have no idea what you're talking about or what the situation is. Sorry. I don't know what to say. Thanks for 29 months of support, but I don't know what else to say because I wasn't involved. Okay?
Wow,
yeah.
That's asshole-ish as shit. So wait a second. This guy's supported you for 29 months. 29 months, right? Over 2 years. And you couldn't even take a second to look into why they may have been banned or timed out, I think is what it was. Or timed out or whatever the case may be. Sorry. Thanks for the money, dummy. I don't have time to look into that. I didn't do shit wrong. So maybe you shouldn't have started off your statement with, I fucked up, because I didn't do anything. God damn. And yet again, ego always wins out over money. Darkside Phil's ego will always beat out money.
Off today with King Be Cruel, who has been a 29-month member. Says, I can't believe you timed me out, bro. It's the first time ever. I didn't time you out. So I think you're mistaken. If you did get timed out, it sounds like a moderator might have timed you out, or maybe Nightbot timed you out. I have no idea what you're talking about or what the situation is. Sorry. I don't know what to say. Thanks for 29 months of support, but I don't know what else to say because I wasn't involved. Okay? Now that we're on the right track, let's get to tips, shall we? So our first tip for the day is a $4.20 tip from Supersonic Feet. He says, Phil, it is time for Sonic Hype. I'm going to get the game later because I'm saving for Mario, but I can't wait to see you play it today. Cool. I get a feeling, sadly, that's going to be the situation. When you have two major 2D platformers literally releasing on exactly the same day, you're going to have a lot of people who have to make a tough choice which one they want to play first, right? And you know, in a case like this where it's the old school heated rivals of Mario versus Sonic, I mean, these guys used to be rivals in the 1990s. And now it looks like the rivalry is renewing, right? I'm curious what's going to happen, but let's be honest. Most people who own a Switch buy every first-party game for Switch. So it's kind of like there's already an installed player base for Mario on the Switch. While with Sonic, it's cross-platform. There is no home console for it. So it might be harder for Sonic to sell. But if it's a good game, I hope it sells well. We'll find out today for ourselves as I play it. And I am very excited for it. But let's
I don't
see
know
what
if I'd
happens.
say that. Like, he's right about well, I don't know if I'd say everybody who has a Switch buys a Mario game. But Mario does have, like, obviously an incredibly well-established fan base. As for Sonic, Sonic's probably in a good place being multi-platform, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I could. I mean, it's clearly an advantage because it's more options and whatnot instead of them being kind of chained to, as he said, a home console or one particular console, I should say. So I'd say they're probably on equal footing at this point. To be honest, if the Sonic game is good, then it's going to sell no matter what platform or console that's on. And I don't know when. I don't know if I could say when was the last really bad Mario game, to be honest. And if this has like a Mario, like a Super Mario World type theme to it, per se, it's gonna probably do well regardless. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't completely agree with what his stances are on that, but I kind of understand where he's coming from.
Okay. Yeah, it's weird that it's back to Mario vs. Sonic again. It's like, how the hell did we get back here? It's been a long time, right?
And it's not even Mario versus Sonic because they're not coming out on the same day. They're not competing, you know what I'm saying, for real estate or nothing like that. It's just two games coming out. It's dumb shit like this, to be honest with you, is what ended up causing the console wars, which was a joke. Because no one ended up benefiting from that but the game companies themselves. And Xbox, truth be told, Xbox knew they were going to lose. They knew they were going to lose the console war. You know what I'm saying? Like, PlayStation, PS3 was way more accessible, and they just had more games. They had better games to play. So, it's neither here nor there.
Okay.
And then that's why when the PS4 and that generation's Xbox thing came out, no one even paid any attention to it because everybody knew who was going to win that war too. But it wasn't even a war. It wasn't even a conflict. It was just a thing. But truth be told, at least this is my opinion. We should have had cross console play back probably in the PS3 era. I think we probably, because it was clearly something that was made available because Xbox has boasted about it, but they said that they couldn't get Sony on board, and they said Nintendo was like non-existent, like they weren't talking at all. But it'd been interesting to see how gaming would have worked out if that was the case.
And do the new animation. This should be an animation the likes of which you guys have not really seen much this month. There you go. Very nice. Oh God. Okay, that's the second half of this animation is scarier than the first half. Look at that. Very nice. Thank you very much to Gotti Senpai for a $15 tip. Let's get that up on the leaderboard. Reverse 750 says, do you think Sonic is a game that will be trapped as a side-scroller to be successful because the open world ones just aren't that great? You know, I think it's because it classically started as a side-scrolling game, that those are always going to have nostalgic value. But I do think it could work as a 3D game. Like I said, Frontiers really seemed to hit the formula of what it should be, I feel. Like, I think that if they continue on with that idea and extrapolate upon it and add more and refine it and polish it, then that could be very successful. But I think Frontiers was like the groundwork. What is with this piece of hair? Look at this. What is this? I could put
I don't know what to make of that, but it doesn't matter, Phil, because in a few years it's going to fall out. So, trust me, if it bothers you, it won't be there too much longer.
Plate on there and eat dinner off of my hair there. Why does it do that? Just that one piece. That is so weird. That I have one piece of hair that won't stay like in place and all the rest of my hair is like nice and one piece is fighting me. I feel like it does this every day too, right? Like it just constantly wants to fight me. Maybe I'll go brush my hair before I start. Look at this hair. Now it's really screwed up. Anyway, hopefully the soundtrack is great come this Friday. I'd be excited for that. I also hope that the music is good in Sonic Superstars. You know, Sonic is known, synonymous for great soundtracks, right? You will guys will get to see another
spoiler.
animation.
He hates the soundtrack to the new Sonic game, and feels that that's one of the reasons why the playthrough is not doing well, or didn't do well, I should say, and why he had a bad experience with it.
That you've barely seen this month. You ready for this? There you go. Thank you to 1 Minute Man for the biggest tip of the day so far, $20. And let's get that up on the leaderboard. Very nice. Jasper got excited and jumped on the chair there. We've only seen that animation like once. So I'm glad that now we're going to get to see that animation more often for $20 tips. Because I really like that Beetlejuice animation. So I'm happy to be able to see it more. I'm very happy for you, Juan, that your birthday's in 17 days. I hope you have something special planned. Okay.
Maybe he should do a 2-week celebration like you do. Or have like a month-long lead up to the actual, to his birthday like you're known to do, Phil. You should have encouraged him to do that. That'd been great.
Shooter, how you doing? Would I recommend the Mega Man X collection for a non-fan? You know, I don't know what's in it. I don't think I played it, did I? I never played the collection, so I couldn't recommend it because I don't know, how it plays. I don't know if there's input delay. I don't know what games it features. The classic Mega Man X's, like the first 3 are great.
We care about input delay? Are you fucking serious? First off, have you played any of the Mega Man X games? If you've played at least Mega Man X 1 and 2, that's enough for me to recommend it off rip. 2, who the fuck is complaining about input lag? Why would that... Oh my god, the definition of preloaded excuses. Holy shit.
Any of the SNES Mega Man or any NES or SNES Mega Man games, whether it's Mega Man or Mega Man X, are all great. It's not until that series went to PlayStation that there started to be really annoying, inferior games. So... Thank you, Cypress. Please update me every day on your impending birthday in 255 days as well. That sounds like a plan. Thank you so much. Okay. Did I ever own a Genesis? I did. I got it late in its life cycle, but I did. I had Super Nintendo first, but then funny story, I started going over my godparents' house, and their daughters always were playing on the Genesis, and I liked it. And then I went, my doctor's office, my dentist's office actually, had a Genesis in the lobby, and I always played Sonic when I was there. And I was like, dude, I love this game. So eventually I got a Genesis. Well, like I said, it was very late into the life cycle. I didn't own that. I think I owned like maybe a dozen games, if that. I didn't own a lot of Genesis games.
That's interesting because I thought he had the Genesis first. And then he went over to his, Then I thought it was his cousins who actually had the Super NES. And then he begged his parents for it. Huh. Oh well, another new chapter added to the lore, I guess. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? There is going to be another part added on to this. So, yeah, that's going to be a thing. So, I don't know if it's going to be more DSP stuff, which will probably be day 2, the final day of, yeah, it might be day 2 of Sonic, of this new Sonic game, and how disappointed he is with it. Or it'll be Wings content. So, you know what I'm saying? Give me just a second, and I'll see you guys in just a second. Alright, people. So, we're just picking up where we left off. Let me just go ahead and be upfront. It's been a few days since I recorded the first part of this. So, if I seem to be a bit, off balance, that's the reason why. But if I didn't say anything, it would have been like, nothing ever changed. So we're here with Darkside Fidel. No, not Fidel. That's actually a real person. They're cool as fuck. This is Darkside Bitch. October 18th of 2023. The link, obviously, to this nonsense will be down in the description. Actually, I'll probably put the raw Phil rendition of this down in the description. We're going over day 2. My disappointment with Sonic Superstars so far. Phil, at this particular point, doesn't know that this will be his last day with Sonic Superstars, which is hilarious, by the way. So let's go ahead and get into that situation, and let's try to finish this up strong. It'll be 2 separate clips. See you in a second.
Okay? And I absolutely knew this was going to be a daunting challenge. And I was highly anticipating this. I got very hyped. Yesterday, I wore my Sonic tie-dye shirt. I mean, hell, today I'm wearing this Sonic shirt. We had a whole Mobius layout.
Like I said, remember, this is October 18th of 2023. Link will be down in the description. This is day 2, and the second and final day of the Sonic Superstars playthrough. His disappointment is pretty apparent, but you'll see. Here we go.
Okay? And I absolutely knew this was going to be a daunting challenge. And I was highly anticipating this. I got very hyped. Yesterday, I wore my Sonic tie-dye shirt. I mean, hell, today I'm wearing this Sonic shirt. We had a whole Mobius layout on the podcast yesterday. I made the announcement that if we reach $100 in tips on yesterday's stream, that in a very rare move, I would wear my over decade-old Sonic the Hedgehog hat that I still have to this day, and I've worn for the most of the major Sonic playthroughs that I've ever done, including Sonic Generations, Sonic 2006, Sonic Mania, Sonic Frontiers, Sonic Forces, Sonic Boom, and others. Okay? I got hype. I got really freaking hype. With good reason. And then what happens? Why did I get excited? This is my fault. I hate to say it. I set myself up for disaster, right? I did. I really did. I got the whole schedule cleared. Remember, I purposefully played Assassin's Creed Mirage a ton.
All right, let me cut it. As I said, well, actually, I'm not sure what I said in the first part of this, so excuse me on that. But what I'm sure I've alluded to in one way, shape, or form is that he was going to insert his gouty bloat into this Sonic playthrough, and he was expecting it to go at least a month. At the very least. I don't know exactly what DSP's expectations are for certain playthroughs, but I'm starting to think if he gets at least a month out of it minimum, it'll work in his favor. He'll be able to build contributions or confidence in contributions, which by proxy would be confidence in the actual playthrough itself, as well as he can try to hinder This Is How You Don't Play, which is, of course, as it pertains to any playthrough, is the #1 priority even before contributions. So I'm thinking he was trying to bleed Sonic for at least a month, if not more, but at least a month. And then you have Mario, which he's probably going to bleed that for a month or two, which means it'll be dead before he actually finishes it. Then you have Alan Wake and Spider-Man. And like I said, those are probably going to be dead playthroughs by the time he gets to the end of those anyway. But we'll see. It's neither here nor there. He's playing Spider-Man and Mario as we speak in our current timeline, and he's failing at them miserably, to be honest. And contributions are low, and he's getting pretty antsy about it and whatnot because the WWE champion pools aren't stopping. Let me be very clear about that. Even when the money comes slow, and the money's getting, and the contributions are low and everything, those WWE champion pools have to keep happening. The weekly shopping trips to Total Wine have to keep happening. So it's a really just sad and pathetic existence. And truth be told, I would say now, more than ever, outside of a couple of outliers over the last few years, he's become far more dependent on games being good and having a built-in nostalgia and a built-in hype beast type of atmosphere and environment for him to succeed. He himself adds nothing to the playthrough at all. He doesn't have any charisma. He doesn't have any insight. He can't really hold people's attention unless he's raging. So the game innately has to be good before it hits his hooves. If not, and the playthrough fails, oh well, it's the audience's fault for recommending it, or it's the game publishers and game developers' fault because it wasn't more like the original. It's everybody else's fault but his, is the point that I'm trying to make. But you'll see as this goes on.
That game within a week to make room for all these new releases, thinking I'm gonna need that time. What happened? Well, I'll tell you what happened. You ready? Because this is going to be the major story we're talking about today. I played Sonic Superstars yesterday, all right? And, man, let me tell you guys something. I'm pretty disappointed, all right? Yeah, to say the least. First of all, the first entire 2 to 3 stages of Sonic Superstars are very slow. You would say it's supposed to be Sonic. Sonic's supposed to be fast. He's supposed to be lightning fast, and especially for a new modern 2D Sonic, you would think they're going to have all these new gameplay elements. They're going to have super speed that can run on a modern console. No. It starts off really slow. It feels like you're playing Sonic 1 on the Genesis, really. I mean, there is some stuff in there that's fast, but the controls do feel a little bit like your character is kind of on the slower side. The game throws a million mini games at you. And if you want to know the truth, the mini games, if I was thinking about this after I played yesterday, right? They're so prominent because you're constantly doing them. You're either doing a Chaos Emerald ring where there's the new mini game to get the Chaos Emerald, which I'm going to be honest, I don't like it. This new mini game to get Chaos Emeralds is obnoxious. It's the emeralds in front of you floating away, and there's a bunch of dots, and all you're supposed to do is hone in on a dot and press a button and hold it and release it, and you do a swing like Tarzan swing on a vine. You swing, okay? And you get momentum to push you towards the next group of dots to grab. Sometimes you get rings. If you grab a ring, it gives you more time because it's a timed event, and the more rings you get, the more seconds you get on the clock. Sometimes you get a boost, and the boost is what you absolutely need. You can't really get the Chaos.
He had to go a few rounds before he figured out about the boost. And truth be told, it's very much a timing type situation. And DSP doesn't have timing. He never really did. He wants it to be brain dead easy. Excuse me. He expects it to be brain dead easy because he thinks it's a kid's game. So why would they make a child's game overly complicated? Even though the curriculum for children in school advances each and every year. But DSP don't know that. You know what I'm saying? DSP hasn't interacted with anybody who has kids, and he doesn't read nor watch the news, so he couldn't explain, he couldn't fathom any of that. Oh, it's just like what it was back in his day, back in the fucking 1800s or some shit, and whatever. And it really just shows how cut off he is from the world. But more importantly, his only avenue, his only vector, his only window to the outside world, he doesn't understand that either. It's getting more and more complicated, and it's distancing itself from his own childhood and his own experiences by the day. And he doesn't want to do anything to try to catch up. He would prefer it to be the way it was, not the way that it is and the way it's going to be. And that's hilarious, to be honest. I was going to say it's unfortunate, but it's really not. It's pretty entertaining, to be honest.
Grabbing the boost. The problem is you don't have free control of yourself in the air at all. You just kind of swing with momentum and hope that you get near another thing you can grab and swing towards the emerald with. It really does seem completely random and out of your control. Unlike the other mini games that used to be in Sonic, where, yeah, they were difficult, but they were all mini games you could actually actively control and play. This one is just kind of like a weirdly designed, annoying one that is frustrating to try to do because you want to get the emeralds, right? That's one of the major objectives of any 2D Sonic game, and it really seems like sometimes it's out of your hands. You're just going to have bad luck. Problem is, it's limited the amount of attempts you have to get all the emeralds. So you just have to have good luck 7 times during the course of the game, or you're screwed and you can't get them all.
Now, keep in mind, you can replay stages too, but semantics.
The other mini game is the return of the Emerald minigame from the first Sonic the Hedgehog. The one where you're in that labyrinth and you're going through a maze and you have to hit certain things to make it spin faster or slower. And you have to try to avoid the things that suck you out of the maze. And at the end of the maze, there's an item you need to collect. It used to be the emerald. Now it's medals. Okay? And I had to say it, but this is so frequent. Every checkpoint, you're going to get one. You're going to find other portals hidden. You're going to get them. So I was thinking about this. I was like, so yesterday I played Sonic Superstars for 3 hours, right? Out of those 3 hours, I would almost think
That's weird, because I thought DSP does 4.5 hours worth of gameplay during the first stream. Semantics. I'm just trying to make sense of it. Remember, he has a 12-hour day every day in his office. So, you know, if we're only getting 3 hours of gameplay, someone make that make sense.
Half the time I played, I was in a bonus stage. That's how lengthy, or how many, I should say, there are, and how much of a distraction they are. I feel like if this game didn't have the bonus stages, it would be even shorter, and it would seem like an incredible, ridiculously short game. Okay? Even that being said, with the bonus stages, you know, yesterday I spent 3 hours in it, and I beat World 1, 2, and 3, all of which I found incredibly boring. 4, 5, 6, and 7 weren't bad. They felt more like interesting Sonic stages, okay? But in 3 hours, I beat 7 worlds. And I got 4 of the 7 Chaos Emeralds. And I beat a ridiculous amount of the optional maze stages. And got, I think it was like 40 to 50 medals. And you might say, well, what are the medals for? Well, you wouldn't even know because the game doesn't explain it. But there's another mode outside of story mode where you build a robot. And apparently you can take that robot online for an online competitive mode called Battle Mode. But it doesn't have anything to do with the main game.
Now keep in mind, so this idiot's also not telling you that you can literally, the game is made to have replay value, right? As well as multiplayer, you know what I'm saying? Or co-op play, I should say. But the game is meant for you to play multiple times in multiple different ways. This idiot is trying to go on a completion run, I guess, and he's mad that he can't bleed it for everything that it was worth. You know, he really had plans to try to whore Sonic out, and he couldn't do it. He can't make that happen. He's not talented enough. You know what I'm saying? So he tried to add a lot of bloat by trying to find everything instead of letting some of that go, which led to some pretty hilarious deaths, to be honest. And you're going to see that in Mario, too. I'm pretty confident he's going to try to do the exact same shit there. And it's just going to be a whole lot of bloat. It's going to be a lot of deaths that didn't need to happen. And he's truly going to show how incompetent he is in the retro games that he swears that he loves. Because, truth be told, he wasn't really that good in those retro games anyway. So these new games, souped up 20 plus years later, he's really showing how limited he is as a person. As a gamer. A fake gamer, by the way, he's a poser. And his cognitive abilities are diminishing, I feel like, by the month. To be honest with you, he can't figure out how to do basic shit anymore. Even though the basic shit from his time and the basic shit in our current timeline are completely different. And that shows you how far behind the 8 ball he really is. It's actually, truth be told, it's kind of sad. To be honest with you. At his age, and where he's at in life, he's only a step or two above probably a 14 or 15-year-old, to be honest. I honestly think a child could outthink Darkside Phil at this point. You know what I'm saying? All the word salads and the mental gymnastics aside, I think a child can literally run circles around Darkside Phil at this point. Make of that what you will.
You care, right? And that's really what I'm wondering. Like, is that really what they're expecting you to do in this game? So that you're going to play through the story, you're likely going to beat it really fast, right? And then you're going to play the battle mode, and that's where the longevity of the game is supposed to come from. Because if you guys don't know, Sonic Superstars has 12 worlds. 12. That's it. And we already beat 7. So today's 3-hour session, unless the final worlds are double the length of the original 7, I think we're beating this game today.
Now, doesn't this idiot have like a news show or something? Like, doesn't he do like a broadcast, a news broadcast based around games? So, like, Did he not do any type of research whatsoever outside of Twitter? Of course he didn't. I mean, it's a rhetorical question. But did he not do any research to try to get an understanding of what this game is and how long it is? I mean, Jesus Christ. Most people on Twitch beat the old retro Sonic games, 1, 2, 3, Sonic and Knuckles. You can find anybody who will beat those games in about a day, if even that. Like, I mean, in, 8 to 10 hours, you can probably blow through all three of those. If that, to be honest. That's only if you're trying to go for everything. So the game is not nearly a slow pace or as expansive as he thinks it is. So it really makes you wonder, what the fuck is he doing? Like, this is supposed to be his job, this is supposed to be his hobby, this is supposed to be his passion, and he legitimately knows not a goddamn thing about it, except for the cliff notes, and that's me being generous, of whatever popular gaming YouTuber that he's sucking off on Twitter. Other than that, he don't know jack shit. And then, even more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, his quote-unquote love for games, that facade is gone. It's almost evaporated. It's almost like what people had been saying even back in like 2009, 2010, 2011. He only does this for profit because he has nothing else. He can't do anything else. He's not smart enough and he's not capable enough to. And even at his own pace, he's failing miserably. It's a sight to behold, I gotta tell you.
Is a full $60 retail release game. This is not a discounted, short game. They're selling it as if it's a full-fledged retail game. It's not. At all. Not
oh no,
close.
He fell for the marketing scheme. Oh no, DSP represents essentially the common gamer who is completely and utterly trying to chase their childhood without any real idea or awareness of what the business side of gaming really is. And I can criticize him on that because look at games like Call of Duty, for example, and shit, right? Even though I haven't bought a Call of Duty in a while, I usually get it gifted, but you know what I mean. Look at Call of Duty, dude. They constantly are fucking over Call of Duty players year after year after year after year after year. And guess what? They're still gonna buy the game. And you got people on YouTube and on Twitch and on Kick or just online in general that are like, we need to boycott this, we need to vote with our wallet, we need to do this, that, and the third. Fuck all that. And the reason why I say fuck all that, not to say that it's not a good idea, and if you don't like something, you shouldn't support it. I agree with that 100%. The thing is that you make up a very small demographic. There are a bunch of people out there who don't give a shit about Twitch, who don't give a shit about Kick, who don't give a shit about YouTube. They play Call of Duty because it's something that they've always done with their friends or whatever. And despite how bad the game is, it's just something that's in their routine. And you don't necessarily speak for them because they don't even know who you are. And they don't even clock in nearly as many hours in the year that what most of these guys will put in a month or two. So even when you think about that, or when you look at it from that standpoint, there's a demographic of people who think they're speaking for a much larger group than themselves, and they really don't. And I think as it pertains to Modern Warfare 2, I think a lot of people have started to realize that hey, we're trying to fight this good fight for all of us, and really we're just fighting it for ourselves. Because what makes Call of Duty, or Activision, I should say, billions and billions of dollars isn't you guys online. It's the guys that are offline who are going to buy that shit anyway, or going to buy that shit for their kids or their little brothers and sisters or whatever the case may be. It's like that. DSP is literally your quintessential brain dead fucking consumer. He buys what he wants, and then when it doesn't pan out, he bitches about it. And when I mean it doesn't pan out, either the game's too goddamn hard, the game's too short, the game's too long. He bitches about all of that. Does that sound like something a real gamer, a lifelong gamer, would complain about? Or would they engage, adapt, and overcome? That's what gamers do, right? You take the challenge on and you do what you can. But DSP is not like that. He doesn't care about the journey. He only cares about the end game. He's completely and utterly lost the plot. And truth be told, a lot of the people back in the day that used to follow this idiot and think that he really cared about games and he really was speaking out for them or whatever, he wasn't. He was never speaking for anybody but himself. And he just conned you into believing that, excuse me, that your voice and your opinion mattered. He shaped a lot of his arguments to make it sound like something that you would say. That's really all it was. He may be, in his own way, he may be one of history's most interesting failures. And yet, in some way, most intriguing conmen, to be honest with you. Especially in the fact that most conmen either start off fast and then they burn out. You know, they burn bright and then they're done. DSP is, you're getting to see over a period of time, you're seeing him slowly but surely fizzle and die out. And it's slow and it's agonizing. Or, as people say, DSP is not going to go out with a bang. He's going to go out with a whimper. And I think that's what makes DSP so intriguing, not to just his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, but also to people in the gaming atmosphere or in the gaming communities or whatever. The fact that he's still around, despite the fact that he doesn't have the demographic that watches his streams or watches his videos, and the money's getting lighter and lighter by the year, and yet he still has the nerve to come out here and say he's still successful. When, truth be told, a better man would have known when to quit.
It's as if the game developers got confused and they thought that this game came out in 1993. It's 2023. We are 30 years later. We have games coming out for $60 that last 40 to 60 hours, that have crazy long stories, awesome elements, all kinds of crazy good stuff, high production values, and this game is selling for $60 and you can beat it in 6 hours? And then what's the incentive to go back? Get collectibles and get trophies or achievements? You know, I don't know. I'm pretty disappointed right now. Now, here's the thing. Each character plays differently. So you can argue, oh, you can go through the whole game and play it with a different character. I mean, that is true. But as we discovered yesterday, it seems like the base game experience is meant to be played with Sonic. Sonic has two abilities. The spin dash, where he presses down and the jump button and he charges and dashes forward. Or when you jump and you hold the button down, you do an aerial charge, and when you land on the ground, you can immediately take off and zip away with a speed dash. So he's got two moves, okay? But basically his jumps are pretty bad. Just like they used to be in old Sonic games, they're not very good. This game doesn't have any useful power-ups. Remember Sonic 3 where you get the double jump and stuff like that? None of that exists in this game. So basically you're just basic Sonic trying to go through the game, and that's the hardest thing. Some of these boss fights are actually designed that you have to solve a puzzle in order to beat it if you're basic Sonic. Okay? Now, there are three other characters. There's Tails, Knuckles, and Amy, and each one of them has unique movesets. Tails can fly, and when he flies, let me tell you, this fly is seriously better than it was in Sonic 2. He flies way the heck up there, and you can keep mashing a button and fly for a while. Now, he does eventually get tired. It's not infinite, but dude, he takes off, and this is easy mode for exploration of the stages. You miss a jump, who cares? Fly up there. Oh, I want to explore over there. I saw a hidden item. I passed it when I was zipping by. Who cares? Turn around, fly back. Super easy. And I almost feel like Tails is supposed to be easy mode. Like for someone who's not good at these games. You know, let's say you're playing it with your younger brother or sister and they're not good. They get to play as Tails. Okay? Knuckles, he can climb walls and he can do his gliding punch. Alright? So definitely more maneuverable. Not as good as Tails, but still kind of neat. He has that special ability. I don't think he really could do much else, though. Like, I was looking, can he punch through a wall or do anything special? It doesn't look like it. It looks like that's it. He can just glide and grab and climb. So he's good, but definitely not as good as Tails, but still better than Sonic.
It's funny how Tails is easy mode. Knuckles has more versatility, but you have to still work to use that versatility, and Sonic is just garbage. Even though, as he said, the game is completely and utter centralized around Sonic, right? It's centered around him and whatever. And yet again, it just goes to show how much of a lazy piece of garbage that he is. Hence the reason, like in Street Fighter 6, for example, we kept running the Blanca. Blanca was the first character that he had a lot of success with. he saw, he essentially saw Blanco was one of the first two characters that really gained a lot of success on the tournament scene, and DSP just emulated that, and he did just enough to get by. Then once he got to Master, apparently everything that we learned leading up to Master was useless, and he couldn't make it work. And then we had the jump consoles and all this other dumb shit. So yet again, just peep game. Peep game on how lazy and useless he is at a Sonic game. At a Sonic game, we're so lazy that we would rather cheese stages with Tails instead of actually playing through and trying to figure out whose strengths and weaknesses are, like what their real strengths and weaknesses are, not what DSP's evaluation is, because he doesn't understand shit. He don't know shit, so he can't give you any real insight into anything.
Then you got Amy. Now, Amy has a double jump. If you want to talk about easy mode, Amy's double jump alone beats most of the bosses of the game. Because as I've been playing Sonic Superstars, I'm alternating what characters I'm using. For every stage, I try to mix it up. So, there were a couple bosses I fought with Amy. And I was like, wow, if I didn't have double jump, I couldn't reach the boss. So I'd have to solve this puzzle or wait for this circumstance to happen to be able to platform up and hit the boss.
Does he equate puzzles to strategies? I was just thinking about that because he's like, oh, you have to, there's all these puzzle areas and these puzzle bosses. And I'm like, wait a second. Does he not understand the difference between a puzzle and a strategy? I mean, I guess the dark side, Phil, this is big brain thinking here. But that's what it sounds like. And think back to like, was it Resident Evil 3 remake, right? When he was going up against the boss during the clock tower or bell tower situation. He said that it was all spam and it was a puzzle boss and it was bullshit, and how was he supposed to know how to use this weapon here and how that weapon was going to work in the second and third? And it's like, I'm sorry, you're not Billy Mitchell. Well, you're both frauds, but you're not Billy Mitchell in the fact that like you're going to be able to figure out everything on one go. You're going to have to die 1, 2, 100, whatever, to figure shit out, Phil. Just take it all in. We're equating strategy to a puzzle. Wow. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Who would have thought checkers was that hard?
And then wait again for that to happen. But because I have Amy, I go boink, boink, hit, boink, boink, hit, boink, boink, hit. Oh, I beat the boss. Oh. You know? She also has the hammer, and if you run and hold the button, she, like, hammers in front of her. So I think it's just a running attack that keeps her, like, hitting enemies without having to dash into them. But basically, like, every one of the characters, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy, make the game very easy. Okay? Sonic, playing with him, is way more challenging. So I recommend if you're someone who likes classic Sonic games and you want a challenge, you got to play the game with Sonic first. The thing is, though, there are optional stages in the game that you absolutely must play the other characters in. They're only for those characters. So you're going to be stuck using them anyway regardless. By the way, hold on one second. So today is a full sun day outside, meaning it is super sunny, which means it's going to get warmer in here. It won't be super hot in here because it's fall weather now. I think it's supposed to be like 73 outside or 73 degrees. So it means it'll be like 80 something in here. It'll be warm, but thankfully it won't be like swelteringly hot summer weather, thank God. And then after today, everything is going to cool down for the foreseeable future. So for all the new releases and everything coming out next week, it's going to be nice, cool weather every single day in here. So I'm
now keep in mind, he's assuming, right? Just like he assumed that this playthrough was going to be super long. It's funny that, you know, in the day and age that we live in where you can literally see the weather 7 days out and you kind of just base your day around that or whatever the case may be. At home, in the Snort Fort, he doesn't have to go anywhere. Truth be told, he doesn't even do anything. We still bitch and complain about the weather. Oh, well, it said yesterday that it was going to do this. Well, yeah, Phil, but that's just an assumption. The days change. You know what I'm saying? Mother Nature is a bitch and you kind of just got to live with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not a meteorologist. You don't know shit about the weather. You only know what you're told. Stop making these assumptions. And then you get into the Bottom Bitch podcast, and he's got like 5 minutes where he's bitching about the weather. It's the fall, man. How is it 75 degrees outside and it's sweltering? Jesus Christ. It's probably a good thing he didn't move to Florida or Texas or, you know, just anywhere that has like some real heat. He might have had problems.
I just got to get through a little bit of a warmer day today. Anyway, so FYI, if you're interested in Sonic Superstars and you were thinking, wow, this is going to be this like the spiritual successor to Sonic Mania, and it's going to feel so amazing.
No one said that. He made that assumption himself, but you guys heard about that in the first part of the broadcast, so you already know.
Modern 2D Sonic game, and it's going to be all this robust content and all this awesome. No. The first few worlds suck, just being honest. They really do. They're kind of boring. By the time the game gets good, you're already over a third into it. You're going to want to use the other characters because you want variety, but when you do, the game becomes too easy. The game is more about constantly doing the mini games than it is the actual main stages. The mini games are more prominent than what you're doing in the main stages of the game, honestly. And it appears the game is way too short. It looks like I said, we're going to beat it today. And it's like, what happened here? It's 2023. And this company that made the game didn't realize that people would want more out of a full $60 release.
Wait, weren't we bitching about Zelda, though? Like, earlier in the year and about bloat and all that bullshit? I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, I understand that Zelda was kicking his ass. And then there was some chick on TikTok or Instagram or wherever who made a name off of Phil and everything, and then turns out she was a dent or whatever that was. You know what I'm saying? She was an undercover dent on that bullshit or whatever, and then she got exposed and all that nonsense. So it is what it is. But he embarrassed himself during that Zelda playthrough. That was by far absolutely fucking horrendous. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. There are so many memeable moments in that shit. Which, yet again, is what DSP was trying to avoid, right?
This one. Especially because we had Sonic Mania. Let me put it this way, okay? If Sonic Mania had never come out, and that was what, 5, 6 years ago? I can't remember when Sonic Mania, 2017, 2018? So it was like 5, 6 years ago, whenever it was. If Sonic Mania never existed, and this game came out, I'd be like, okay, well, I get it. They're trying to go back to their roots, and this is a good first attempt, okay? But we had that already. It was called Sonic 4. Anyone remember Sonic 4? It didn't do well. It came out, and no one really liked it. And this basically feels like Sonic 4 Part 2. So maybe this is Sonic 5. But Sonic Mania came out. And Sonic Mania was everything we wanted from a 2D Sonic game. It had a retro feel and vibe. It had amazingly kicking tunes. It had gameplay elements that returned from the previous Sonic games.
I'm going to be a dick here. So, I mean, it's what I do. Sonic Mania is Darkside Phil's remake or anniversary edition of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. I'm just going to call it the way it is. Because this bitch fest that you're hearing right here is similar to what he put out when DSP got mad that when he found out Street Fighter V wasn't the second coming of Super Turbo. This is, it doesn't exactly sound like this, but it's the same vibe. It is the exact same vibe almost. So that's what he was expecting. This right here, Sonic Mania, the apparently the purple dragon that he's trying to chase, or the purple snort, whatever you want to call it, is essentially just the Sonic version of Super Turbo. Goddamn, Phil. I understand nostalgia is a hell of a drug, but I gotta say, gamer or not, you gotta grow up. You just have to grow up. He's got the worst expectations possible for shit. And then, ironically enough, for someone who puts such high expectations on other people and these gaming companies and publishers and developers or whatever, when that same expectation is supposed to be put on him, he'll throw out 1001 snorts on why you shouldn't expect that from him, why it's not possible. If you want to see, you know, anything extra beyond what he's already doing, go to the bigger streamers or to the bigger content creators who have this team of people who can make all that happen. He's just one person. Don't demand shit from me. But then we go off and say, I want your fucking feedback. I want you guys to tell me what I'm doing wrong and how can I improve, or how can I improve, or he can improve. and then doesn't do it. And then when he tries to tell you that he does a year later, he sits there and says, why would you guys give me shitty feedback when you knew I wasn't capable of doing it? That same type of bullshit is exactly what he's doing right here with Sonic. It's really rather spectacular when you think about it.
With even newer gameplay elements. It was lengthy. It was fun. And by the way, it wasn't a full $60. So to me, when this game comes out, I'm like, what happened? Something happened during development. And at one point they just said, meh, well, we're just going to release it. Really? And you're just going to see what happens. You're just going to throw it out there in the wild. You know? The thing that gets me is, on Friday, we've got a new 2D Mario game. Right? Super Mario Wonder. You absolutely know that there's going to be direct comparisons between Sonic Superstars and Super Mario Wonder, because both games are a return back to the classic 2D roots of these platforming franchises. Did they not understand that the game they were putting out was going to be strongly slammed and criticized when put up to another game of the same exact genre? How did they not figure this out? Right? Like, I really have no clue what the...
This is the console war type behavior. This is that same cuck shit that people fell for back then, myself included. Well, I thought it was funny watching it on South Park, to be honest. But this is that same cuck mentality, right? Where people are literally trying to prop up their plastic box of choice, right? And think that everything is a competition. Do you think Sonic really gave a shit about the new Mario game? No. Do you think the Mario game gave a shit about Sonic? No. They put it out. They already have their established fan bases. The people who buy it will buy it, and the people who don't who don't. Or they'll wait till it's discounted or whatever. There is no... Rivalries like that, as it pertains to games, are few and far between. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't compute like that anymore. It doesn't work like that anymore. Especially since Sonic isn't chained down to one console anymore. So it doesn't matter. I mean, shit, they've had Sonic and Mario collaborations. There is no head-to-head anymore. They're damn near in the same goddamn family. Or they're at least distant cousins.
Management were thinking who were running this project. Like, on no way, shape, or form could they have thought that this was passable and people were going to let this fly in 2023. You know? And again...
I mean, you did buy it. So, you know. You could. What does DSP always tell us? Oh, we don't need game reviewers. We don't need advanced copies or early copies. Go ahead and just wait. Let people that you trust, air quotes, trust buy the game, give you their opinion, and then you can decide whether you want to buy the game or not. No one told this fucking idiot to play the game day one. He could have waited a week. He's broke. Money's already kind of tight right now anyway, and he needs to buy 4 new releases. He could have waited, but he didn't. And he crashed and burned. Maybe he should take his own advice.
It's not a buggy mess. It's not a joke. It handles fine. The controls are fine. It reacts when you press the buttons. You know what I'm saying? The problem is, it's just an awful value. Terrible value for what's in the game. The game doesn't even feel as good as the last attempt to make a 2D Sonic, which was many years ago. So how can you sell it for $60? If this game had come out as a $20 or $30 discounted title, I would have been like, all right, I get it. They knew that they didn't have a full game here for 2023 audiences, so they sold it on the cheap. But you know what? It's a good ride for what it is. That way you're not expecting that much, because you're paying half price. You're expecting half the length of a real game, right? They charged full price. That's just crazy.
I don't know. There's some indie games out there that sell for like $10 or $15, or you can get it for like $5 through Humble Bundle. Sorry. And dude, that shit's better than most AAA games. Not all of them, but most of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can get a lot of replay value out of it, and that is just a well put together game. But you know, oh, that's right. DSP doesn't play independent games because he has no way of doing it. I mean, we do have that mini PC, but then again, the last time someone brought up that mini PC and what its capabilities were, DSP said they were totally wrong, and something about AMD processors were meant to overheat. Not semantics. Semantics.
Like, So, this is what I mean, right? This year, it's like impossible to know what's going to be good. Like, I think we all thought Final Fantasy 16 was going to be absolutely amazing, right? A lot of us thought Starfield was going to be groundbreaking and different. Something amazingly new from Bethesda, right? It's like you can't trust anymore. You can't trust tried and true game development companies to pump out good games anymore. Because every time that you depend on them and you trust them...
Doesn't this idiot have a news show based around gaming? That's part of his Bottom Bitch podcast? Isn't this theoretically supposed to be him breaking new ground and trying to expand his horizons? How does he not know this? This should have been something that he should have learned long before Sonic. And now it's starting to come into play that, oh, you know, you're paying for $60 and $70 games and the games aren't functioning properly on day one. That's why most of these games have to need, like, it used to be just one day one patch just to get you started, right? Now you can have multiple patches in the span of a weekend. A game drops on Friday, you could easily have 3 patches before Sunday. And then there'd be another patch the following week. This is the day and age we live in. So how is it that this fucking mongoloid who's home all goddamn day and who experiences it, who has these experiences, on a daily basis, doesn't see that or know that or understand that? That's the day and age we live in. Oh shit, that's Susan. My bad.
Down. And then you get a diamond in the rough like Lies of P. That's like, oh my god, I never expected anything would be this good, and the game is super good. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm pissed off. All right. Now I'm gonna still don't listen. Don't listen to that yet. I am going to enjoy the game. We got a whole stream today of this to finish it off, and if we finish it off early, I'm gonna try, I guess, the other mode, which is what, battle mode. I at least want to see what it is because it's in the game. I have absolutely no desire to play it more than once. You know, I don't care about an online battle mode. I want to fucking just play a platformer. That was the whole point of the game, right? So I will give it a shot. But I am upset because my schedule, I literally laid out a schedule. So
here comes the tism about the schedule. Oh shit! It yet again, what shows you how limited he is as a person. Like, you know, like in real life, shit happens. Life comes at you fast, and you got to make adjustments. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to move stuff around. You're gonna have to. It's life. It's life. How is it that something that the majority of you, if not all of you who are listening, deal with on a day-to-day basis, that this idiot right here can't do over one game, that he overhyped, he had too many expectations, and that in his own mind, he feels that the publisher overpromised and underdelivered? Make it make sense.
I have absolutely no desire to play it more than once. You know, I don't care about an online battle mode. I want to fucking just play a platformer. That was the whole point of the game, right? So I will give it a shot, but I am upset because my schedule, I literally laid out a schedule so that I would finish all the lingering projects that I was working on. I wanted to finish Lies of P, the Resident Evil 4 DLC, in time to play Assassin's Creed Mirage within 1 week so we could finish Assassin's Creed Mirage. So now we would have time to play Sonic for 2 days and then have that be balanced with 2 new releases on Friday, tackle all those games next week before Alan Wake 2.
If you listen to what this idiot's saying, you can kind of, you guys might see what I'm talking about. If you listen to what he's saying, he does this is already well known. So sorry, I don't want to make it sound like I'm breaking new ground here because I'm not. But he purposely drags these games out just to fit his little autistic schedule. Hear this part back. Like, hear how he had this whole shit schemed up. It's not even a good scheme, to be honest with you.
4 DLC in time to play Assassin's Creed Mirage within 1 week so we could finish Assassin's Creed Mirage. So now we would have time to play Sonic for 2 days and then have that be balanced with 2 new releases on Friday, tackle all those games next week before Alan Wake 2 comes out, right? This was my plan. And now all that plan's going to have to change because this game's going to be done today that I paid a lot of money for. Yeah, I'm upset. Can you tell? I'm tired of being disappointed by these companies. It's enough of this shit. It's time to fucking start having responsibility to the customer base. Stop making cash-in games. That's really what this game feels like. It's a cash-in game. They have the groundwork laid with Sonic Mania to make a better game. They just didn't go for that. They didn't really care. They wanted to put out a passable game, but charge double what the value was. And that drives me bonkers. It's not... We have enough competition now in the gaming landscape that just passable games are not good enough anymore, right? Like I said, we literally have their direct competitor, Super Mario Wonder, is coming out on Friday. You can't have a passable game come out 3 days before. It has to be outstanding. It has to be good. It has to resonate. It has to have value. It has to have gameplay elements that you're going to remember. I mean, hell, even the soundtrack of Sonic Superstars is far inferior to other Sonic games. I think there's been 2 stages that I've really liked the soundtrack. I think stage 4 and 5 were really good. And outside of that, I can't even remember any other music. What the hell happened here, right? So, yeah, I'm not very happy right now, all right? I thought for sure this was going to be a week we were going to go into it positively and having fun with brand new games. And I'm not saying, again, that Sonic Superstars hasn't been fun. There's definitely a fun element there. But, man, you want to talk about a disappointment. I would be... If I beat this game today, which it looks like I'm going to, I cannot see how this would not make my top 5 most disappointing games of the year. I don't know how it wouldn't. How do you make a 2D Sonic game in 2023 that's nowhere near as good as the one they made 5-6 years ago and charge?
Maybe because it wasn't made in 2023. It might have been released this year, but it doesn't mean it was made this year. I don't know why I had to say that, but this struggle session is starting to get annoying at this point.
You have to be a fucking moron. Because what's going to happen now? No one's going to trust them. Sonic just came back last year with Sonic Frontiers. You understand? Sonic was on a big... Going back
to my Call of Duty analogy, if people have been fucked over in Call of Duty before Modern Warfare 2019, I got to be honest with you. I know people want to say, nah, because I think World War II, I think Vanguard was shit. Cold War was not even Treyarch's fault. That was the other 2 studios who couldn't get their shit together, and Treyarch had to come in and place Captain Save-A-Ho, and they essentially ended up had to deal with all the responsibility for a game that wasn't even theirs. Advanced Warfare and Infinite Warfare were nothing more than cash grabs. I understand that there were some fun aspects of it. It was okay, but I don't know. I don't like jetpacks and the exoskeleton shit. That just wasn't my pace. Black Ops 3 was okay. Black Ops 3 was alright. Black Ops 4 was okay. You know what I'm saying? But the point being is that if you're going back to my Call of Duty analogy, from 2019, before that, truth be told, but at 2019 on to now, it's been literally people have been Activision's fucking cum rag for all these years so far, with all the microtransactions and all that bullshit. Bobby Kotick has been eaten well off of basically suckers and idiots. You can include myself in that too. Trust me, there's a lot that people will put up with as it pertains to abuse, interestingly enough, just to stay complacent and just so they can stay within their routine to some degree. So no one's trust has been broken with this Sonic game. It is what it is. People will sit there and say, next one will hopefully be better, and they'll just keep on pushing to whatever the next game is. Yet again, this is something that he should know. Twitter/X kind of proves that. Remember when it was introduced as X and everything, and everybody's timeline got all fucked up and this, that, and the third, and everybody had to go to that alternate Twitter website to basically just get some type of semblance of normality and whatever. No one stopped using X. People still use it, despite how fucked up it is and how the algorithm is. It's crazy to say there's an algorithm, but how the algorithm prioritizes certain tweets over others and whatever. People still deal with it. People will always deal with it. You know what I'm saying? It's a minor inconvenience in the grand scheme. If $60 or $70 is going to break you on a game, at least as bad as he's bitching about it, despite the fact that he made his money back already, he may not have profited as much, but he made his money back, then maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't be buying games day one. Which is something that he preaches when he doesn't want people watching the bigger content creators do it. Or he doesn't want anybody getting anything free, except unless it's him. And then he'll give you the fucking song and dance of, oh, well, I don't get the opportunities that other people do. So that's the reason why the reason why I took the deal. That's the reason why I took this advanced copy. That's the reason why I took this influencer copy. Because I don't get the opportunities that other people do, because I have these assholes, these mentally fucking brain dead idiots that are always screwing things up for me, and that's why I can't have nice stuff like all the other content creators. Which is pathetic for a grown ass man to say that. That's a really pathetic thing to say. That a bunch of random people online who have an opinion of you are fucking you out of every opportunity that you, quote unquote, worked your ass off for the last like 15 years or whatever the fuck. Think about it.
Losing streak. Every game that was coming out, Sonic Boom, Sonic Forces, they all sucked. The one shining light that we had was Sonic Mania, with hope that in the future Sonic would go back to his 2D roots and have a great time, right? Oh my god, this is great. Maybe Sonic can excel as a 2D game again. And then the very first attempt they go to make a 2D game after that is a stinker? Like, what happened? Oh my god. No, I want answers. I'm serious. I want answers. I want them to go into this fucking studio and interview the studio head and say, what the fuck is on your mind? Because I want to know how this game came out. I want answers right now. You're not allowed to leave your office until you answer. I want to know. I can't take it anymore. I've been doing this for 15 years. 15 years. Do you want to know the truth? All right, you want to know the truth? I've played this game for 3 hours, and we're going to beat it
You
today.
know, I don't know about any of you out there, but if you're someone who's in DSP's fan base, which I don't know why the hell you'd be here in the first place, but if you are, if someone has to keep telling you, you want me to tell you the truth, or if I got to be honest, if they got to say that shit to you every fucking 5 minutes, maybe it's fair to assume that they lie to you, 95% of the fucking time. Maybe that's just a thing. Maybe that's just an option that you should consider. Because I've never really heard, and trust me, I've heard some shady ass people say some shady ass shit. I've never heard, even amongst them, I've never heard them say, oh, let me be honest. Let me be honest. Let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth every fucking 5 minutes. Because as a child, you kind of pick up on scumbags and on douchebag behavior. And all of that is douchebag behavior. Him being honest isn't some audible reset on trying to get your attention. It's him trying to reestablish a connection with you in a very poor and not very well out sort of way. It's very juvenile, to say the very least, is the point I'm trying to make. You would think at 40 plus he would know that. He would understand that. For someone who has conned tens of thousands of dollars out of people, he would understand that. You would think for some of those people out there who have given up their disability checks, who have gone into foreclosure, or well, not foreclosure, gone into bankruptcy multiple times, who have given up opportunities to buy cars to better their existence and their well-being. You would think there'd be some type of realization whenever someone says, you want me to be honest, and they say it in multiple times in quick succession. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Sonic Colors on the Wii is a better game than this game. Sonic Generations is a better game than this game so far. Now I'm going to finish it. Maybe it's good at the end, right? But I'm just like, what on earth? What has happened? Why are we allowing this to happen? We shouldn't allow it to happen. This game should. Now,
this is how much of a reactionary bitch he is. I want you to think about this for a minute. He still has today, or the day that we're going over, I should say, he still has that day to play it. So if you showed up to the Bottom Bitch podcast thinking that you're going to be there for a positive and entertaining actual gaming stream of Sonic Superstars, and he's shitting on it the way he is, why would you stick around for that? More importantly, why would you contribute to that? And this idiot don't see it. He's literally burying this game. And yet he still wants you to contribute to him on the stream and watch the videos after the fact. And then he's mad that contributions are low. Or he's mad that he didn't hit the hack goal. Because I think throughout the entire time he played Sonic Superstars, he only hit it once. Which I'm surprised he made it that far. But they only hit the hack goal once. It makes you think. And he's done this for years. And he's gotten away with it. Which is kind of wild. I mean, it's been slowing up over the last few, but still. He's literally burying this game. He's giving you a reason not to really want to engage with it or show it the respect that maybe some people would think it deserves. He's completely trashing this game, but he wants you to contribute to it after he's done with the podcast. He wants you to immediately memory hole it and be supportive. And do your part, if you will, buy in to the playthrough. Amazing. Only in the DSP universe could dumb shit like this happen and somewhat be rewarded.
And I hope it does. I hope that people now will look at this and be like, what the hell just happened? How do we allow this? And how do we get duped? Because I got duped. I got duped. You know? Anyway, let's see what happens today. I am hoping for a good ending. Like I said, it actually did get better the further in I got. Like, I would say around stage 4, it got pretty good. I liked the stage. And, like, some of the other stages were pretty unique. They're just too short. So, if there really are 4 or 5 worlds left, I hope that they're really good worlds. And we have a good time. And we wrap it up. And it is a good overall experience. It's just way too short. I guess we'll see. But I certainly was never expecting that today, on Wednesday morning, I'd be sitting here telling all of you, it looks like we're going to beat the game I just started yesterday. And this is supposed to be the big start of a 2-week push of brand new releases. Like, what the It kills me. It kills me. I can't take it anymore, man. I can't take it anymore, man. I'm going to bubble my brains out. Okay. Excuse me. I need to calm down now. I need to calm down. Okay. Well, let's see what happens today. All right. What's funny is Avarice says, don't forget there's a Sonic Hat eligible today. Well, you see, that's the thing. I actually made this playthrough kind of a special event. I dressed up for it. I had a layout for it yesterday. I have the Sonic Hat eligible. And it's like, yeah, the game's over in 2 sessions.
Absolute bare minimum shit that he expected you people to pay for. Oh, he had someone make him a layout. He put on some dusty-ass shirt that God knows when the last time the damn thing got washed. As well as the dusty-ass dirty hat that God knows when it's gotten washed. And that was a special event. That's turning the standard Dark Side Phil Sonic playthrough into a special event. If that's not retarded, I don't know what is. That's all I'm gonna say. If that's literally not retarded, I don't know what is.
Right? Like, what the hell? Okay. Ladies and gents, that's my thoughts on Sonic Superstars so far. Obviously, I'll have more in-depth thoughts on Friday once we've completed it, which it looks like we're going to do today. Okay? Last night, as a one-off, we actually played World Tour mode of Street Fighter 6, and honestly, it was pretty good. We're actually near the end of it. I think the Street Fighter 6 story has 15 chapters, and we're at, like, chapter 13-4 now.
Actually, let me talk about that a little bit. So him running into World Tour mode kind of made sense, because he does follow FGC Twitter, specifically Street Fighter Twitter, and as I've said in previous broadcasts, there's a lot of the disgruntled players out there for various reasons. People crying about cheating. Well, not crying, but people talking about cheating, throw loops. People are underpowered. People are overpowered. So on and so forth. As I've said, I'm sure I've said it somewhere at this point. Instead of nerfing anybody, they need to buff everybody, essentially. If you have, like, if JP and Ken are essentially at the top of the heap, then everybody else needs to be buffed. You know what I'm saying? Pure and simple. And then work that out. On top of that, I don't think... I still very much enjoy Street Fighter 6, to be honest with you. Modern controls don't bother me. It is what it is. You run into a lot of them, and you're going to run into more and more as the day goes on. As it pertains to Master Rank, Like there's levels to master rank, just like the levels that you had to go through to get to master rank. So you kind of have a bit of a mosh pit, if you will, of players of different calibers and skill levels and so on and so forth. I still stand by what I said about Street Fighter 6 as it pertains to Dark Side Phil before the game even came out, and even through his playthroughs, that he's been exposed. He realizes that Street Fighter essentially has completely and utterly passed him up. And even in the most casual, friendly Street Fighter game that's ever been made, he's a complete and utter failure at it. And nothing's going to be able to change that. And in truth, he's accepted it. He's accepted it. And the only reason why he played Master Rank and, or at least tried Master Rank, was because of his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. That was the only reason. He was so desperate to prove that he isn't the failure that the FGC already knows him as. That the Street Fighter community already knows him as. And all he really did was prove us right. Pure and simple. And then so the next logical step was, oh, run to fucking World Tour mode on Xbox. You know what I'm saying? And then I guess eventually he'll do World Tour mode for PlayStation once that gets flushed out. I would assume as more of the DLC characters for the Season 1 comes out. So he'll always have World Tour mode as a go-to to run away from the main competition. But as more and more of the DLC characters come out, the more and more problems he's gonna come up against. And the fact that he's gonna take long hiatuses away from Street Fighter is only gonna diminish what little he has, which, according to his wife, isn't much. So take that for what you will.
Team's build actually has been pretty fun because it allows you to do crowd control against a bunch of enemies, and the story actually has gotten pretty interesting where you had to enter a tournament and fight a bunch of enemies, and there's the secret clandestine return of Shadaloo, and it sounds like JP is the new leader of Shadaloo because Bison's dead. So there's all this cool stuff going on in the story. We had a good time, we relaxed, we chilled. It was a good night stream. And just so you guys know, I have every intention of beating the World Tour mode of Street Fighter 6. I don't know when. It could be this week. It could be next week. I'm not sure. But absolutely, we're going to beat it at some point moving forward. I want to finish it, even though it's been 4.5 months. Yeah, I told you guys I would finish it, and we're on pace to actually wrap it up in 1 or 2 more night streams. We'll definitely beat it. So for those that were here, thanks. If you didn't see it yet, check out the vids. They're on demand. I had a great time with it. I hope that you guys will check it out. All right? All right. So now, let's talk about the schedule for the week.
All right, we're gonna go into clip number 2. And now that I think about it, as I can talk and do this at the same time, as it pertains to Street Fighter 6, DSP's detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, they did well off of that content for a good amount of months, if you think about it. Like the bloodletting that was going on twice a week, I think at most it was like 3 times a week, maybe 4, but at least 3 times a week was pretty plentiful. You know what I'm saying? Street Fighter 6 provided a lot of laughs, a lot of goddamn Phil, how'd you get hit with that over and over and over again? It really exposed things that were being said as it pertains to DSP skill set that Evil AJ said many, many years ago. That Goji tanks had proven a long ass time ago. Same thing with Lady Gambit, Ryu Walks Alone, Jose. Like, all those guys had said this stuff for years, going back into like 30th anniversary. And it all manifested in Street Fighter 6. And DSP had to see it. And more importantly than that, and I know this on a relatively good source, that DSP knows that there are people in the FGC that were laughing at him about this shit and thought it was absolutely hilarious. On top of a lot of people echoing what Dialophone and Chris G said, and respectfully, being Chris G was like, what, this dude hasn't played Street Fighter in 14 years? What the fuck is this? Why is he, how does he not know basic bread and butters? And as it pertains to Dialophone, who said he's too predictable. And even when DSP tried to change, he didn't really change. He just stopped doing one thing and moved all his autism to something else. and did that and just made himself even more predictable. And that's the reason why he's at where he's at now. Street Fighter has always been the thinking man's game, as most fighting games are. But it's been a thinking man's game because it's so straightforward, because it's so linear, right? And it explains why DSP can't compete in Tekken. He can't compete in Mortal Kombat. He would get wrecked in Virtual Fighter or Guilty Gear or Soul Edge or any of those games. Like, those games are way too deep for him. But even with Street Fighter, he's only scratched the surface. He only did enough to win, but he doesn't know enough to be a winner. He's not a threat, to be honest with you. He's training wheels. He's a stepping stone for far better players and or for far more dedicated players. And that'll always be his place. Because that's what he was in and that was what he was in the FGC back in the day. He was a stepping stone. You know what I'm saying? He was training wheels. He was a walking ATM for more hungry, talented, devoted players. And that's what he'll always be. And truth be told, what I just said right there is far more generous than what his legacy, he doesn't even have one, but if he had a legacy in the FGC, what I said is far more generous than what he's going to be known for. Which he won't be known for anything. They're going to forget him. That's what they've actively wanted to do, is forget him. And that's why he keeps throwing shots at them. That's why he tries to, he tries to goat people in the matches and shit. LTG and anybody else who wants to challenge him. But DSP, he doesn't mean anything. There was an unspoken, unwritten rule years ago. It was, as it pertains to the FGC, let him die out. And they were right for doing it. They were right for doing it. So everybody else either doesn't know enough about him or they treat him like charity. He's just something else you write off at the end of the year so you can get some, so you can get a couple bonuses on your social taxes. That's it. That's what he's been reduced to. A charity case, or write-off. If he had pride, as some people think he does, when's he going to show it? Something to think about.
Okay. Shit for Brains, thanks for the $2 tip. Yes, I've heard all about drama about YouTubers doxing other YouTubers and being horrible to each other and demanding that each other be removed from the platform and all kinds of shit. I will say this, ladies and gentlemen, I am incredibly happy to have been staying out of all kinds of drama recently. Have you not noticed that there is no drama whatsoever going on?
Okay, real quick.
None.
Real quick. Because they're talking about the JackFilms SSSniperWolf situation. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, if I was Jack, I would just gone out there and see what it's about. What is she, 5'2", 100 pounds, dripping wet, and her silicone? What's she going to do? And her Botox? That bitch ain't shit. Here's the truth, to be honest. Jack was smart to keep his ass right where he was at. You're there, you got your wife there. I don't know if they had any other friends. I don't know if he has kids or anything. But him and his wife were just fine in that house. What he should have done was call the cops. And most of you are like, yo, if you were a real one, you'd go out there and confront her. First things first, this chick's already been arrested for armed robbery. You think she ain't rolled all the way out there for no fucking reason? You think she felt confident enough to go ahead and goat him by sitting there and taking pictures of this dude's house with his address visible? And if dude came out, you thought she was going to be worried about anything? So, first off, what I'm trying to say is, one, that chick could have been strapped. Two, there could have been someone else in the car with her who was also strapped. Him going out there would have been a fucking terrible idea. Because if something pop off, he take two to the chest and one to the head. It's going to literally be her word versus, well, I hope to God that man has video cameras outside his house. Because if not, if his wife was in the house and she didn't see what was going on and she only heard some arguing and then she saw shots being fired, she doesn't have no ground. And he dead. Or hypothetically, of course. He dead. And it'll literally be Sniper Wolf's word against all that. And she'd more than likely win. Yeah, I mean, JackFilms' wife might hit her with like a lawful death suit or some shit, which she should, and get all that and some. But other than that, Sniper wins. And this is real hypothetical, okay, so make of this what you will. If she did shoot him in the chest and kill him, or whoever's in the car with her, she gonna claim self-defense. Everybody's gonna make videos. Like Rich ain't made like 4 or 5 videos on that bitch anyway. People are gonna make all these videos about her being a murderer, this, that, and the third, whatever. YouTube will defend her. She'll take some time off. She'll come back, and she'll keep doing it. And in a couple of years, people will say, "Oh, look at the great story that SSSniperWolf is. Someone who's been convicted of all of this, and then got into this conflict, and sadly, someone tragically lost her life or their life. But now she's come back, and everything's all good." She would literally be the female Leffen, the reformed criminal, the reformed enemy, or villain, if you will. That's all it would turn into. That's legitimately all it would turn into. So Jack was smart to do what he did. What he wasn't smart with was running the fucking YouTube. What he should have did is call the fucking cops. That's what he should have done. Instead of running the fucking YouTube and saying, "You need to take her channel down. She did this. She doxed me and this, that, and the third." This ain't Twitch. YouTube doesn't have no off the platform. Well, they do for selective people, of course, but they don't have any off platform behavior type shit. If that was the case, Ethan Klein and Keemstar would have gotten the boot and stayed off of YouTube a long ass time ago. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And Jack, I don't know, and not that Jack's gonna ever hear this, but if it'd be wise for you and your wife to go to the gun range. That's all I'm saying. Like, truth be told, go out there and learn how to handle a weapon. To be honest, learn how to assemble, disassemble, learn how to shoot, learn how to store it, and whatever. Gun safety is something that should be advocated, to be honest, especially when you're playing on that type of level. That might be just a smart move to do from here on out. Because, yet again, just like with Pokemon fans, some of them are a bit deranged. Some of them are a bit wild. And one day, may not be now, might be next year, maybe a couple years from now, someone may want to go past that, might want to cross that tightrope and fuck around and find out. And do it in the name of SSSniperWolf or Pokemon or whatever other thought. And shit can get ugly. So that's what I would say about that. But in that type of situation, if you really felt threatened, you should have called the cops. Don't fucking get on Twitter and reach out to YouTube and think they're going to do shit. YouTube doesn't care about any of you. YouTube is a business. Okay? This isn't your fucking adopted mother, adopted father, or any of that bullshit. This is a business. This is a business. And with that being said, the majority of people on this platform are expendable. I'm sure YouTube will throw, if God forbid, if something happened, right, and Jack ended up dying or whatever, I'm sure YouTube will put up a nice, have a nice memorial, a collage of all he's done over the number of years, and that'll float around for like a month, and then people will forget. And that's brutal to say, but that's more than likely what's going to end up happening. And everybody else who decides to go ahead and pick up the charge against SSSniperWolf, you're gonna find yourself yeefed off this fucking platform. Just saying. She made a stupid move showing up and doing that, but it's kind of par for the course for her. He made a stupid move too by reaching out to YouTube instead of calling the cops if he really thought he was threatened. End of story. And at the end of the day, she still won as far as I know. So, Rip Van Winkle to that. But that's just my opinion on that situation, to be honest. I don't think the guy's a coward or nothing. I mean, unless he, because even if he went out there with a weapon, right, let's say, then there's his probable cause. And then people are just going to say, oh, that was excessive force. That bitch is, like I said, 100 pounds and she's only 5'2". What the fuck do you need a weapon for and shit? And then her running around saying, I don't even understand what doxing is. I don't know what this, that, and the third. How is it doxing if his address is already on Google? Oh, you mean you looked it up? You mean you looked up his address to get him doxed? And I haven't seen anybody else do that. So did she have someone at YouTube look him up? I'm not accusing her or anything. I'm just asking. But point is, it was a dumbass situation. It is what it was, and it don't matter because she's still hurting because the channel definitely isn't popping off the way it is or the way it used to. She should have let that shit slide. Like, let's be honest. It was all copy and paste reaction shit anyway. Everybody knows it. You know what I'm saying? Take the hit and keep it moving.
Absolutely not. People try. Oh, they try to bait me into it all the time. Absolutely they do. They'll ask me a question about another YouTuber. They'll ask me a question to talk about this or that. What do you think about this with Boogie? What do you think about this with this person? I'm like, nope. Absolutely not. I am not taking your bait. I want nothing to do with these people. Absolutely nothing. Remember, I am on an island. The island of
him saying that he won't take the bait really just goes to show that, oh, I can't just say I don't have an opinion and just move on. It's, oh, I already have built up frustration or built up animosity against them and whatnot, and you're not going to let me go off the handle with it. But as he's getting ready to say right here, he's on an island. So what the fuck is Boogie going to do to him? What the fuck is Keemstar going to do to him? You know what I'm saying? What is anything about anything? So now, even in the confines of the Snort Fort, we scared. We literally scared to give an opinion on anything. Even though, back in the day, whenever DSP was asked a question about PewDiePie, Markiplier, or anybody who was really successful, to be honest, this Ninja, despite what the platform was, oh, I didn't say anything bad about them. I didn't start any shit. Someone asked me a question and I answered it. That's all it was. That's all it was. You can't accuse me of anything. I didn't bring them up. This person brought them up, and I was just answering their question. Now he can't even use that anymore because detractors, trolls, haters, and critics have already eaten through that shit. So now he can't even use it anymore. So now it's just like, oh, I try to avoid everything. I try to avoid everything. So how the fuck are you the realest guy on YouTube when you scared? You're legitimately scared. Someone has to get you riled up, and you have probably little to no contributions to actually get you going. Not even man enough, and I use the term man loosely, to stand on his own too. He's scared now. Straight bitch. As if people didn't already think that about him anyway. Hence the reason why everybody wanted to take advantage of him. Womp womp.
I'm not taking your bait. I want nothing to do with these people. Absolutely nothing. Remember, I am on an island. The island of Phil. I live here by myself, and my community can watch what I do here, and that's it. I want nothing to do with any of these other fucking people. Nothing. I want to be left alone, because they're all nuts. Seriously, they're all fucking crazy. They all want to constantly be railing on each other and attacking each other and being toxic to each other and gunning on these bandwagons against each other and doing all this horrible shit.
Wait, you want to talk about people being mentally ill, but you ain't fucked over your friends in IRL. Those guys, these people some of these guys on YouTube or some of the circles he's talking about, these people ain't friends. It's business. It's business. They use each other. They legitimately use each other and shit and whatnot. But they're not friends. They may be friendly with each other, but they're not friends. This is a mistake that Flamenco ended up basically overcommitting to when he thought he was cool with people in the commentator community. You might have been cool with them, but they weren't your friend. You know what I'm saying? Some of them pulled you out from off the cliff a couple of times, but when they saw that you will habitually keep doing it, after a while they need to fall back because you're not going to learn. So whatever relationships or whatever bonds that Flamenco was trying to build, he himself was diminishing it. He was, you know what I'm saying? That's what it was. And then that's why when Salvo Pancakes came into that nonsense with Flamenco leave those kids alone and all that bullshit, he thought that the commentator community, Flamenco did, thought the commentator community would stand up against Savo. Well, one, they thought that shit was funny. And two, how are you going to sit there and get mad at Savo for that shit when some of those same claims you used against Ethan Ralph of the Ralph retort? Like, it don't work. You sat there and tried to play the popularity game. Oh, everybody hates Ralph, so, you know, go all in on Ralph. But if that shit turns back around on you, hey, I'm supposed to be part of the boys. Why are you guys coming at me? It's like that. Like, you've met these guys maybe a few times and shit, or in whatever, in IRL. Maybe you talk to them in Discord all the time, even though Discord's a goddamn devil. These people aren't your people. You didn't come up out of the sandbox with these people. This is business. That's what it was. It was business keeping Flamenco around. That's what it was. And if he had kept his eyes on the prize and then get into the Zandahar bullshit and all that nonsense that entailed and only focused on the VTuber drama, shitting on Ralph, and occasionally talking about a particular topic in the commentator community or keeping his friendship strong instead of trying to go after Nicholas, then he'd be in a much better place today. Well, before they found out whatever they found out about. Just something to think about. But DSP falls into that same category. He's thinking these people are friends and they're just turning on each other and shit. Asshole, you've already done that in IRL. And these people don't look at each other like that. And none of them will ever look at you that way because they know too much about you. They know too much about your history. Just because they don't say what Snort video they saw or what Tevin stream they saw or whatever the case may be, don't mean they didn't watch it. They're just choosing not to say it. Just say, maybe if he got out of his goddamn bubble and actually interacted with people, he would know this. This is basic.
Right? I've had enough. I've really had enough. So, earlier this year, you know what happened. You guys know all about all the nonsense that happened with an interview and trying to pull me into a podcast and trying to pull me into this and that. And I said, enough is fucking enough. If anything, all this has shown is that all these people are all in it for themselves. All they care about is their own personal gain, very short-term personal gain. Because if anything, what they realize now is that drama-style shit is very flash-in-the-pan, instant, gratification style attention that just goes away. The moment that the drama side dies down, these people are no longer pertinent. No one gives two fucks about them anymore. It doesn't matter how many YouTube boxing matches they do. It doesn't matter how many fucking, political rants they go on. It doesn't matter, and I'm talking about a lot of people in general. It's not just one person. It's a lot of people this year that have tried to pull me into stuff. They've outright threatened me. I got threatened this year with all kinds of shit. It's like, are you out of your mind? I'm a guy who literally just sits right here and just plays games and talks with you guys about silly stuff every
That's
day.
until he showed us his flag history. But keep in mind, he only showed us his flag history on one account. What he's talking about with the threatening thing is, you guys know, if you guys are following that shit on Twitter, where a few detractors went ahead and were going to threaten him with some type of lawsuit or whatever the case may be because their videos were getting flagged down. And let's be honest, DSP knew nothing was going to come out of that shit. Truth be told, there wasn't anything that was really going to come out of that shit. But everybody knew that DSP somehow had his dirty, nasty hoof all over that situation. And he did. Now, how directly is debatable. With some people, we know for sure. Dark Dave Mirrors, Raw DSP, I think Super Crazy was in there, Loophole was in there, and even then, we didn't even see his full flag history. And yet again, that's only on one channel. The guy frequents amongst 3 different channels. You can flag shit on another channel, even though it ain't your channel. DSP knows that shit. So he can flag, use King of Hate Vlogs or whatever the fuck he calls it now. He can use that to flag something that, a video that someone has for DSP Gaming, or King of Hate Vlogs, or DSP React, whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? He can do that. He knows that. Why didn't he show us the flag history for all 3 of those channels? And then keep in mind, you still got DSP Street Fighter, you got his original Dark Side Phil channel, and then God knows other, and God knows what other channels he has out there that are currently not active, but he can still use the flag. So let's not act like, oh, we were just an innocent little fucking lifelong gamer poser bitch who sat here and didn't do anything. Even though this shows you how hypocritical this piece of shit is. This motherfucker has said multiple times, you guys can do whatever you want to do with my content. I don't care. Just go ahead and do it. Like, there are plenty of videos out there where you can find that. You can go to PigPigGo and find that. And yet we still flagging. For what? Especially around that time. To what? Save DSP React? Which was already dead in its crib. Sorry for the analogy. But was already DIA or DOA. Was already DOA on arrival? Shit was already gone. You picked up a dead channel and tried to remarket it, and you didn't even do that, or you did a very weak job at it, and nothing came out of it. But we're on an island of our own, and we don't engage in drama. We're not part of the bullshit. We're just over here trying to play games, have a strong, healthy, positive community, and trying to have fun. You can't bring a positive out of a negative. Sorry. It just doesn't work like that. This isn't, the Gouty version of Shawshank Redemption or some shit. That's not how this plays. You can't bring something clean out of an unclean thing.
Why on earth, of all the people on the planet, to go after a threat, why would you threaten me? You see me as a threat that you have to threaten me? Me, Joe Nobody, Mr. 300 views on a stream. You think I'm a threat that you have to come and threaten me, right? These people are just out of their minds.
And I think threatening him with legal action and actually threatening his well-being are two separate things, and I don't remember that happening. Unless he's talking about that situation with Keemstar, saying that if he couldn't get him on the podcast, they wanted to do a documentary. I don't know if DSP is considering that as a threat. I don't know. But, I mean, there was nothing that was going to be had out of that anyway.
They're fucking nuts, And if anything, the fact that when I pulled out of all that drama earlier this year, right? The fact that they continued and tried to keep pulling me back in is just absolutely crazy, and I think it should be representative of how those people are versus me. I want nothing to do with that. I just want to make content for my community and have a good, chill time with all of you every day. Those people, the only attention they can ever get for themselves is to create more drama. So anything they can do to create drama, they will do, because that's their popularity. They don't have anything creative. They don't have anything positive or constructive to offer to the planet besides bringing down others or self-degrading themselves for the sake of clickbait views. So
that's projection, because he does both. He fucking diminishes himself and his image, and the only time he gets any real attention is if he's popping off on somebody else. Absolute fucking projection. With that being said, though, you're the same idiot. I'm about to reinforce my point. You're the same idiot who just said, how are you guys going to consider me a threat? I'm only little 300 person a stream type guy. Yeah, exactly. You've fallen from what, 500 back in the day, back in the day. He used to be able to have a couple of thousand people on stream. And you ain't dwindled yourself down to the hundreds, low hundreds. Sometimes this idiot has more memberships than actual members. Because his sub count ain't shit. And we all know this. So what does that say about you? And you think you staying out of the shit, you staying out of the drama is helping you? It's not. Because people will still make speculation videos and people will still clown you. And they'll still pull in the views. And that's the problem with Dark Side Phil. He's never figured out a way to actually profit off of his infamy. Instead, he just act like some whiny little bitch and everybody else profits, and then he get mad that everybody making money off him. Hence the reason why the side-scroller situation went the way it did. He wasn't just quote-unquote mad that they were talking about him behind his back. Not that they did. It was out in the open. It was out public. But also he was mad they made money off him. What the fuck were they going to do? You thought Craig was going to do this shit for free? Not some charity case.
Nothing to do with any of that shit. You know what I mean? I let them be. And, I don't want anything to do with this YouTuber's doxing this one and yelling at this one and screaming at this one and creating this situation and that situation. Let them all do it forever. I don't care. I have nothing whatsoever to fucking do with those people. Nothing whatsoever, And if anything, what you can see is everything that I've said over the years is true. Everything that I've ever said about this stuff is always correct. But people don't want to believe Dark Side Phil because they turned me into a negative meme. So they say, oh, he's a clown. He's a joke. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Everything I've said about this shit is always correct. All right?
Always correct. Always correct. You mean like how people were hesitant for him to go on that side-scroller podcast? And people were like, hey, Phil, I'm not sure if that's actually a good idea. I'm not sure if you should be doing it. Oh, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. They're going to finally give me a chance. They're finally going to give me the, they're going to give me the opportunity to say my side. Then after the podcast, I know some of you guys are asking or thinking, when the fuck are you going to put your rendition out? I'm working on it. It's a process. but I'm working on it, truth be told. But remember, after the interview, people were like, well, Phil, I don't know. It felt like they ambushed you. It felt like, you know, they hit you with a bunch of loaded questions and shit. And I don't know, Phil. I don't know how I feel about that. Nah, dude. They were fair. They were super fair. You know, I appreciate they giving me the opportunity. I knew it was going to be an interrogation, and I knew they were going to go for certain stuff. But, you know, it's out there now. And if anybody wants any definitive answers to any of the burning questions about Darkside Phil Burnell, DSP Gaming, now they can go there. Now this bitch is running around here crying about how he wasn't given a fair shake. That they sat there and spent all their time listening to detractor content and didn't really listen to him, or didn't, more importantly, believe him with the little to no evidence that he had to, you know, he brought to the table, compared to all these detractors, trolls, haters, and critics that have literally fucking mountains of fucking videos and video clips and posts and all kinds of other shit to back their stuff up. He literally wanted side scrollers to disbelieve the evidence, to take his word for it. I have no problem with DSP putting his side of the story out, despite how bullshit it is. But he wanted people to ignore evidence, thinking that his word, his piggy word, could explain all that away. And then we get into this lame ass shit about, oh, it was taken out of context. Oh, I didn't mean it that way. Oh, they manipulated the content to make me look bad. Fuck out of here.
Earlier this year, I was repeatedly threatened about a podcast, correct? Which I never had any intention of ever being a part of, right? Then I was offered to be a part of a different kind of podcast that was going to be way more positive than this toxic one. And I said I would consider it. Then the whole thing flipped on its head and I was attacked.
Wait. You were threatened to be on one podcast. Then you were offered to be on another podcast that was way more popular, or not popular, positive, which popularity is positivity. The dark side fell. Even though not all views are good views. Anyway, yeah, I need to hear that again. So, because let's be honest, all we know about is the original iteration of what the LOLCOW podcast was going to be. And then DSP wanted to go into business for himself with Boogie and Wings and do some mud show shit, and then have their own variation of the LOLCOW podcast, which wasn't going to work because there wasn't no money behind it. Hence the reason there was no reason to do it. So what the fuck is he talking about? And I know he's not talking about LOLCOW Live, because that's the current iteration of that shit. And Tommy really believes that he's knocking on the door of something great. And truth be told, it's just going to turn into another commentary community type, you know what I'm saying, situation. And it's not going to have the mainstream appeal, at least amongst the LOLCOW community that he thinks it's going to. But that's neither here nor there. Let me hear this part back, though.
About a podcast, correct? Which I never had any intention of ever being a part of, right? Then I was offered to be Earlier this year, I was repeatedly threatened about a podcast, correct? Which I never had any intention of ever being a part of, right? Then I was offered to be a part of a different kind of podcast that was going to be way more positive than this toxic one. And I said I would consider it. Then the whole thing flipped on its head and I was attacked by the people who wanted me in the podcast. What happened? You know,
okay, now the reason why I'm putting such an emphasis on this, ladies and gentlemen, is because of the situation. Because of the situation that popped off with Tommy C and the whole gaming or game attorney thing and whatever, and how Tommy thought that the podcast, well, it was, the LOLCOW podcast was usurped right under him and Keemstar's nose, to be honest, but Tommy's kind of part of the reason that happened. Anyway, the reason why I bring this up is because Tommy C talked about how he thought he was getting fucked over and he was going to get usurped and whatnot to bring DSP back into the fold for this LOLCOW podcast thing. But at the same time, Keem wasn't going to be involved in that. I've already done 2 videos on it. I do actually have a follow-up, though, with that LOLCOW Live thing. So that is coming. I'm wondering if Tommy and Keem may have been onto something. was the gaming attorney or game attorney or games attorney or whatever, was that whoever that person was that person really in contact with Phil saying, hey, I know you don't like Keem, don't worry about it. I'll get Boogie and Wings to the table because they're only going to show up to the table if there's sponsorships and if there's money, basically. I'll get them to the table. I'll put you ahead of the podcast just like Keem wanted to, and we can do our own thing and Keem won't even be part of it. And which is what DSP wanted anyway. So now it makes you wonder, was DSP talking to that guy and actually conspiring? Was that an actual thing? Before DSP got kicked out of that Twitter DM and Keem ended up getting added in. Okay, I'm gonna need to have this clipped because I'm curious now. But that right there that's something to think about. That is a very, very interesting thing to think about. Here, I'll bring this back one more time so you guys can hear it, and then we'll move on.
Threatened about a podcast, correct? Correct. All right. Earlier this year, I was repeatedly threatened about a podcast, correct? Which I never had any intention of ever being a part of, right? Then I was offered to be a part of a different kind of podcast that was going to be way more positive than this toxic one. And I said I would consider it. Then the whole thing flipped on its head and I was attacked by the people who wanted me in the podcast. What happened? You know, they're just out of their minds, these people, all right? But anyway...
Now wait, one more thing, and then we'll keep it pushing. Who made that offer to you? Because remember, when DSP was on Side Scrollers and Keem was like, "Hey, you didn't even you didn't even take a moment to hear my offer." But DSP saying they were all threats. Make of that what you will. DSP said, "I don't want to do anything with Keem. I am willing to do something with Boogie and Wings. I'm willing to do something with them, but I won't do anything that involves Keem." Where was the offer being made for that second variation or that version 2.0 of the LOLCOW podcast? Who made that offer to him? Now keep in mind, DSP is a liar. Take everything he says with a grain of salt, but it does make you think. Womp womp.
Simple. Everything I've said is true. What did I originally say? I said the whole reason that any podcast was ever going to work is because I was part of it. That's it. I was the linchpin of the whole project because I'm the one who sits here and does a podcast every day. I'm the one who I know.
What kind of retarded shit is that? That's not the reason why. The reason why they needed you is because you're a well-known LOLCOW, even amongst LOLCOWs. Even normies have heard of Darkside Phil in some type of way, shape, or form. It's the guy. I'm watching his Twitch. Is that really him? Or the guy who had sat there and spilled his and squirted his piggy juice all over his setup and barely washed his hands and then went to, oh, the camera's on. Camera's been on the whole time, huh? Hello. Hello. Imagine me swaying back and forth on the X and Y axis and shit. That's what the real appeal was. Is you're kind of well known amongst even normies for your silly shit. But truth be told, what Keem was really banking on was the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. DSP's detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, to be more specific. That's what he was banking on. Because that's all the publicity that you could ever ask for. Even amongst other LOLCOWs, you can't pay for what the average detractor does. You know what I'm saying? If you really think about it. And don't be wrong, you know what I'm saying? The Wings trolls get that shit in. Low tier God trolls get that shit in. The Chris Chan trolls get that shit in. King Cobra trolls get that shit in. Just to name a few. They get that shit in. But if you think about just the sheer amount of talent, resourcefulness, adaptability, it's hard to beat a DSP detractor. It really is. Because the war, quote unquote, not even a war, but the skirmishes that goes on in this detractor universe, the Snort wars. I'm going to call it that. Because I know I've used that before somewhere. The Snort wars never ended. Even when DSP tried to pull that bullshit, that cease and desist, sorry, not cease and desist, that truths nonsense he tried to do back in 2017, Even when he tried to do that bullshit, no one took it because no one believed it. You know what I'm saying? Now keep in mind, there's a lot more lighthearted detractors who have come along since then. And some of them got burned and some of them just learned their lesson. But the Snort wars have not ended, so to speak, right? This shit ain't no ceasefire and shit. There ain't no fucking... It's gonna be scorched earth at the end of the day. It's literally gonna be piggy crabs in a bucket. If he go down, essentially everybody's gonna go down with it. Unless you retire early. You know what I'm saying? That's how this shit's gonna work. The vortex has a terrible effect on people. You know what I mean? And it goes back to the old adage. If you look into the abyss long enough, that bitch gonna look back. And if you blink, it's over. It's over. So let's be honest. Like DSP ain't like shit ain't sweet. You know what I'm saying? Shit is not sweet around here. What the fuck? But that's what Keem was buying. Okay? Keem's $50,000 to Dark Side Phil was not buying Dark Side Phil. It was buying the hater, his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. That's what he was buying. Because Keem wanted his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics to make YouTube shorts, make YouTube videos, have podcasts and discussions talking about it, make their TikToks or whatever. And then Keem would put out his shit on his side of the fence. He's going to make a bunch of money. The rest of us are essentially just free advertising, and it pumps the show up. Now, eventually it was going to die out. Eventually it wasn't going to last forever. But it just needed to last long enough for Keem to sell the podcast. He breaks off everybody their little piece and then keep it moving. Because trust me, ladies and gentlemen, when Keem sells that podcast, there's going to be the cut that Boogie, Wings, and DSP get, and then there's going to be the cut that Keem gets. So if this deal, hypothetically, if this deal did happen, remember, they're all supposed to own a quarter of the show. Don't be surprised if Keem was like, oh, well, you know my quarter of it? You guys can have that. You guys can split that amongst each other. And no one's going to say why, because I'm sure if it's generous enough, no one's going to care. And Keem's going to have a boatload of money that was separate from that deal, because none of these three idiots, Boogie, Wings, and DSP, know how to read a contract. Keem's going to have his own provisions. He's going to have his own added stuff in there that he wants for himself, separate from the rest of these guys. And he going to make out like a bandit. He's going to make his money back that he used to bring them in, and some. Easy. If it had worked out the way it did. He wasn't buying DSP. And he wasn't buying just DSP. And more importantly, they weren't interested in you because you were already doing a podcast. The bitch fest that DSP does is no different than when Wings does a Just Chat segment after he ain't failed at fucking Rainbow Six Siege, or his Dark Souls run isn't popping. It's no different. It really ain't. If anything, Wings is a bit more engaging. But outside of that, it's the same bullshit. So the fact that this idiot ain't sat there and thought, oh, well, the reason why I was the linchpin is because I'm already doing a podcast. You mean that podcast on your little 300-person stream? Really? Really? All right.
Was ever going to work is because I was part of it. That's it. I was the linchpin of the whole project, because I'm the one who sits here and does a podcast every day. I'm the one who I know could direct the boat that would make the show interesting, right? Without me, it doesn't work. So they tried to do a podcast without me. Where is it? Where is it? Where is the podcast? It doesn't exist. You know?
I'll give him that. It still ain't out yet. Don't get me wrong. I'm still following it and seeing what's what, but it still ain't out yet. I'll give him that. I don't like doing that, but I will admit it. It's not out yet.
That's why I want nothing to do with any of these people. Let them all go off the deep end. Let them all rot. They all toxic people. They're all in for themselves. They really don't care about the success of anyone else outside of their own bubble. They're all self-preservation fucking people, and they can't see past the tip of their own nose. So let them do what they want to do.
That's literally you. But wait a second. Why is it always got to be popularity? Why couldn't you just have three idiots basically sit down at a table and just conversate amongst you that's being recorded? Why is there always some type of payoff and shit? He's sitting here calling these people selfish and greedy and cutthroat, and they can't see past their own snouts and all that other bullshit, but he's no different. Literally projection. He's literally no different than any of them. He's no better than any of them. And yet he's got the nerve to hit them for the same tomes, for the same ideas and values that those people have. Get what they can for themselves. Fuck out of here.
Me the fuck alone. I want nothing to do with any of them. You know? What's crazy is that there's these people who I have never said a single negative thing about, ever. In my entirety on the internet. In fact, I've only said things but praise or positive things. And even they go out of their way to say negative shit about me. So you know what? Fuck them. I want nothing to do with them. Let them rot. Like I said, let them. They're all gonna fail. They're all gonna disappear. There's nothing I can do about that, right? I mean, let them go and let them say what they want to say and do what they want to do in their own bubbles. I have nothing to do with them and their bubbles of bullshit.
I don't care about them. Let them rot. Let them fail. They're all gonna fail. This, that, and the third. So wait a second. How is it that you don't give a fuck about any of these people, but yet you're still wishing failure on them while you're saying you don't give a fuck and letting them rot? Think about that. This is the same idiot who sits there and says that some of these people have no value to humanity. They're useless humans. They're worthless. If anything happened to them, if they disappeared tomorrow, no one would care. But then when that shit's thrown up in his face, oh, I didn't mean it that way. Or you're taking that completely off to left field and shit. That's not true. Or I love this one. When Phil says, oh, you thought I said something racist? No, I didn't say that. That means you're racist. Because you were thinking that way and I wasn't thinking that way. That's the same gotcha type bullshit he tried to do on that Side Scroller podcast when it came to that little girl and the whole sell her off to the slave trade shit. He sat there and endured all that bullshit, not bullshit, but all that shit that fucking Craig and Adam threw at him just so he could wait for the gotcha moment of bringing up the color of her skin. That was literally what he was waiting for. But he was too scared to bring it up himself. So he had to wait for them to do it so he could get you his gotcha moment. And then he still failed at it. Imagine that. Some real fucking 8DX crotch chops there, Phil. Well done.
Right? Really. I just had nothing to do with this at all. I'm done with it. All their nonsense and drama. I'm here to make fun gaming content, to do some current events, you know, to talk it up and have a good time with my audience. That's how I've always been. By the way, if you haven't noticed, I never have myself involved with these other people's drama and bullshit. And this is why. You know, this year was a case in point. People, oh, why don't you branch out? Why don't you try this? Why don't you try that? Yeah, look how it worked out. Right? The moment I even considered it, it just completely extrapolated and blew up with a bunch of bullshit, right? So I'm just never gonna waste time on this shit ever again. There's just no point. I'm happy where I am, you know. And it's funny too.
Shut up.
Because as I told
First off, he wasn't happy the way he was, and what he's talking about is as soon as the podcast was announced, he got mad because one, he couldn't control the narrative. Two, he couldn't control the podcast itself. And three, he's got all these people that he knows has all this dirt on him. And he didn't want anybody from Side Scrollers to know about it. He didn't want anybody from the Side Scrollers quote-unquote community to know about it. That's what he was mad about. That's what he was mad about. And he knew that there was so much evidence against him that he couldn't argue against it. That's why he had to hide it like a thief in the night, like a rat. And he couldn't stand up actually against the evidence and try to prove it himself. No one asked him to try to explain that shit away. People were asking him to prove that the evidence wasn't true. Couldn't even do that. Basic shit.
you guys, I still get contacted by people who say, oh, Phil, I want you on an interview. I want to do this. And I say, okay, let's do an interview. But by the way, I did an interview in March. The interview covered all the drama topics everyone's interested in. I'm done. I have literally nothing else to say about any of those topics that were discussed in March. If you want my answers on those topics, you can watch that podcast from March. In perpetuity, forever, those are my answers. They're never going to change. Now, if you want to talk about anything else that wasn't discussed in that podcast, including maybe criticism of me as a content creator, or talk about the gaming as a whole, how gaming has changed, YouTube and streaming and anything, copyright issues, any of this shit that I'm involved in that I have a wealth of knowledge that I can share with you. I'm more than willing to go on a podcast and talk about that. I just don't want to talk about the same fucking drama that every time. So that's that. And guess what? Every single person, when I tell them that, they disappear.
Well, because you have nothing to offer. That doesn't tell you something? And that's how fucking mentally fucking sick this guy is. You and sat there and had these supposedly multiple offers. Really, he's just talking about Mudahar. But he's had these multiple offers to sit there and do a podcast. Oh, I don't want to talk about this, but we can talk about all this. I have a wealth of knowledge. I have a wealth of information. I can really contribute to the conversation. They were all like, fuck that. And they were out. Each and every one of them. Going off of what he said, each and every one of them fucked off. What does that say about you? Because people don't treat people like that if they don't have value. You have no value. And you're sitting here acting like, oh, they're assholes, they're poor for it, I'm still going to keep doing my thing. But yet no one wants to talk to you because there ain't nothing a goddamn thing interesting about you except for your detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. And the shit that you said that you don't want to own up to, or you don't even want to face in some things. Like, because let's be honest, there was supposed to be a part 2 to that side-scroller shit, and probably never going to happen, but there should have been. And that's when we could have really flushed some shit out. If you really think about what they were asking DSP questions on or whatever, they still hit him light. They barely scratched the surface. They barely scratched the surface. But the thing is DSP saying, oh, it's not just everything that was in the side-scroller interview. Just don't talk to me about drama. Don't throw up any of my past mistakes in my face. Don't do that. I just want to talk about the gaming industry. What? You sounding like a fucking idiot saying they deserve to lose their job, they deserve to do this and that? If someone was willing to go back and find those clips and find those tweets and we're like, okay, let's talk about just those subjects. Let's just talk about just those things as it pertains to YouTube, gaming, and all this, and you saying, fuck YouTube, they're fucking everybody's business over, this, that, and the third, fuck this, fuck that, you're going to look like a fucking asshole. And guess what? All of that comes back to the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. So he's really screwed. And then what, Phil? You're going to sit there and do more shadow deletions of videos again? Is that what's going to be that's how we're going to get rid of evidence? And then you're going to start flagging channels that are archiving it? Make it make sense. Tell me what the next play is. I'll wait.
Because all they're interested in is drama. They don't have anything to add. They don't have any fucking content to put out on the internet. All they do is they regurgitate drama to get clickbait views on their garbage. So they want nothing to do with me because I don't have anything to do with drama. I'll talk about any topic you want. I have lots of lots of knowledge, lots of experience, lots of stuff to offer to any kind of discussion. They don't want to discuss anything intelligent. They want drama. So that's
so sad. That's so sad that he was at that point, he's pleading. He's literally begging for people to give him a chance, to give him an opportunity, to give him a platform to show that he's more than the village idiot, a LOLCOW, the dancing monkey in the circus. That's sad. I almost let that slide. I almost let that shit slide.
Do is they regurgitate drama to get clickbait views on their garbage. So they want nothing to do with me because I don't have anything to do with drama. I'll talk about any topic you want. I have lots of lots of knowledge, lots of experience, lots of stuff to offer to any kind of discussion. They don't want to discuss anything intelligent. They want drama. So that's why I'm not in anyone's podcast, and I won't be. No one is interested in that. So, yeah. So I'm done. Like I said, that's it. I don't care about YouTubers doxing each other. Don't care. I'm done with that. I'm so far removed from this fucking vortex of horse shit. I want nothing to do with these idiots. Nothing. Let them all fucking spin in the toilet together and get flushed at the same time. It's like they say, I am the rock against which everything splashes. And as everyone else erodes and falls away, I'm still here. 15 years, guys. And I'm still here, and I'm still the same guy. And
First things first. One, Phil, no one's going to come to you for anything that pertains to intelligence because you're clearly not the person to be speaking about when it comes to that. There are far more charismatic, smart, intelligent, engaging people to go to before your dumbass. Two, as it pertains to you're not invulnerable, right? You're not. I mean, I firmly believe in piggy luck. Honestly, I do believe that firmly that he's been almost unheavenly fucking lucky, which is just ridiculous to be honest with you. To be honest, but you're not. No one has ever actively tried to take Darkseid Phil down. Let's be honest. Let's call a spade a spade. No one has actively done that. Trolling him, making him look like an idiot in public, doing him all the public humiliations and shit, calling him out on his bullshit. Sure, plenty. But no one has actively tried to take him down. Unlike what he tried to do to Secret Life, unlike what he tried to do to Snort, unlike what he did to Tevin and those other fellows on Twitch, as well as, you know what I'm saying, you can go down the fucking list. We can run the gambit on that bullshit. No one has actively tried to take Darkseid Phil down. Like, and make it stick. I'm adding a caveat, but you get my drift. It's not a thing. Because if they wanted him down, he'd be down. If someone really got it in their head to be like, yo, this is how we can attack this dude, he gonna either get down or lay down. He gonna lay down. And he can cry and complain and jump from platform to platform and do whatever, but he gonna go down. It is what it is. Look at LTG. Look at Wings. You know what I'm saying? And LTG put up a damn... I got to give him at least something. He put up a pretty decent fight, but they still got him in the end. I mean, he did it to himself. Some of it was a lot of it was self-inflicted, to be honest. But they still got him. DSP has been taken down. He's been suspended. He's been indefinitely suspended. All this shit has happened. All of that shit was an inconvenience. All of that staggered him in some type of way, shape, or form. If someone really wanted to hit him with the death nail, they could. No one's interested in doing that. It's far more intelligent watching DSP burn himself out than anything else. Because, let's be honest, any detractor, troll, hater, or critic's going to take the hit for it anyway. They're going to take the blame for it. We already know that. But it's so much more funny. It's so much more entertaining to let him do it to himself. I'll take the blame in the end. Fuck it. As long as he does it himself. Something to think about.
Make the same kind of content, and I still love what I do, while everyone else out there has had to change or fail. I'm still here. So, I'm not going anywhere. To them, it's a meme. To them, it's a meme that Phil outlives everyone. It's not a meme. It's a fucking fact. It is. You know? At this point, that is who I am. And my existence on the internet is the guy who's been here for 15 years and is still not going anywhere. And is still making the content and is still going on. Right? I still make a living doing it. So, I think that's something to be proud of.
Yeah, something to be proud of. Being able to sit around and exist. You're 15 years. You're not held on anybody's top 10 list or top 20 list or top 100 list of gamers, right? You're not recognized by any major company whatsoever. You're not recognized by YouTube or Twitch themselves. You just exist, and that's something to be proud of. Literally scraping the bottom of the barrel. Literally the definition of the bare fucking minimum. Take it all in.
You want, but it's still true, right? How many more people will fall apart, be erased, and go fade into obscurity, and I'm still here, right? All right.
And ladies and gentlemen, isn't that the definition of a misery broker? When someone's having a bad day, you're having a good day. That's him every day. That's why he's on Twitter waiting for the next big name to fucking either retire or fall apart or get demonetized or whatever other drama bullshit so he can report on it. He literally has the nerve to call people misery brokers, and that's exactly what he is. Big ups to the misery broker, by the way. It's a dope name. But but that's literally the definition of who he is as a person. But people like me are the sick, mentally ill motherfuckers, though, right? Because I laugh at the dumb shit that he does or I critique it. while he's actually out here actively praying for people's downfall, praying for companies to go out of business, praying for people at those companies to lose their job. Think about that. Think about that.
So, anything else you guys want to talk about today? Hopefully not drama related. Oh, really? No, I don't eat donuts. I don't eat donuts. I love donuts, but I haven't had a donut in ages. I couldn't even tell you the last time I ate a donut. Love them, though. Donuts are delicious.
I hear your wife's a donut these days. I'm not saying that your wife's a snack or nothing, but, you know, I hear she's the size of a donut these days. It's unfortunate. It's funny, too, yet again, I pointed this out before, how he talks about how he's lost weight and he's eating healthy meals and he's in a lot better position health-wise and weight-wise than he's been in a number of years. But yet Catherine sat there and put on all that weight. Makes you think.
Great kinds of donuts, but I don't even remember when I had one. I really don't. Really? Abdullah is saying that Mario Wonder's out now in his region. It's Wednesday. Well, if Abdullah, you'd be ahead by a day, but still, that's early. Sounds like they just released it early. They didn't give a shit, huh? Well, it sounds like the landscaper's coming by, which means I have to close the window, which means I'm going to fucking sweat it out again today.
It's riveting content, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute definition of dead air.
How do I stay in shape with a sitting down job? I don't gorge myself over and overeat, and I don't drink soda or anything that's high calorie. When you think about what I drink in a day, I drink 2 black cups of coffee. I drink most of a bottle of seltzer water like this. I drink cherry juice at dinner. And at night, usually I have sugar-free or low sugar, like a fruit juice blend. Or like you ever had those V8, what are they called? I drink it every day and I don't know the name of it. It's not real, it's the...
Shut up. So basically we're starving ourselves. That's basically what that is. Even though he's forgetting to mention the bacon and egg sandwiches or the breakfast burritos or any of that shit. We're not really eating healthy meals. We're just starving ourselves systematically. That's why his arms look the way they do. Like, look at this shit. Like that, like, I fret to say that maybe his forearm is bigger than his actual upper arm. You know, stop. Stop. And then keep in mind, after Din Din, right, later on in the evening, him and Catherine might actually order something. As we had, with an example, that McDonald's fiasco we had some time ago where was 11 o'clock or night or some shit, midnight, whatever it was, and him and Catherine wanted McDonald's, but instead of driving 5 minutes to go get it, they decided to DoorDash it instead, and they got mad because it took 15 minutes. Whatever, semantics.
It's V8, but not the juice. What's the other one that they have that has some juice in it, but it's not pure juice? It's like a blend. So I drink that at night, and it's low sugar, but actually has like some vitamins and things in it. That's what I drink at night. Outside of that, think about what I eat. V8 Fusion, that's what it's called. Yeah, I think it's V8 Fusion. I think that's what I drink. I think that's what I have at night. So, and then, what do I eat during the day? A bagel with cream cheese, whatever we have for dinner, which I tell you every day, and usually at night I'll have some kind of a snack. Last night, what did I have? A chicken sandwich. Yeah, I had
A chicken sandwich and at the end of the night is considered a snack? Not your wife in the bedroom, a chicken sandwich. All right, Phil. You did say that you love Burger King, so maybe it's a little bit more literal than people give you credit for. Maybe it's a little bit more literal than maybe we were giving him credit for.
slices of chicken on a panini bread that I toasted and I put the chicken on it. I warmed it in the microwave, so it was like a warm panini sandwich with a couple of popcorners. Yeah, that was what I had last night as a snack. You know, like a lean sandwich and some popcorners. That was my night food. So in one day, I had a bagel with cream cheese, a tortellini soup.
Okay,
one
I
bar.
don't have a problem with eating at night or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I get it. Don't get me wrong. And whatnot. But then this goes back to this autistic shit I keep telling you guys about. Fucking eating din at like fucking 4 o'clock or whatever the fuck it is, 4:30 or whatever the case may be. Maybe, just maybe, you should stop eating dinner that early. Maybe that's just not a good idea. If it's clearly not filling to where you have to eat fucking sandwiches as snacks at the end of the night. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe that's the reason why Catherine put on all that goddamn weight. You know what I'm saying? Something. And he can sit there and say, oh, well, it's not sweets. It's not ice cream or cookies or any of that shit that would be bad for you. Dude, you already had dinner. You already had dinner. Maybe you could have yourself a piece of fruit or something. Maybe you should do that. Right? At least every once in a while. Maybe you can have yourself a light salad or some shit. Every once in a while. Maybe you can have that. You're sitting here making panini fucking chicken sandwiches and shit? With what? Mayo, lettuce, tomato, salt, pepper. What else did you put on it? What are the additives and condiments that are on that bitch? And then you're having a side of popcorn? Or whatever the fuck? Or popcorn replacement? Or equivalent? Stop. Stop. Matter of fact, it's funny that we have all those leftovers that go to waste, unless Catherine becomes the human garbage disposal and eats it herself. Why don't you just have some of that? Why don't you help alleviate all those leftovers that he refuses to eat? Something to think about.
And that lean chicken sandwich with some popcorners. That's all I ate yesterday. So I'm putting in the calories and things that I need. And I'm, you know, getting out of it what I need. I'm not overeating. I'm not eating candy. I'm not eating grease. I'm not eating cheese. You know, I'm eating what I want or what I need, lean foods. And because of that, I've reduced my body weight quite a bit in the last several years. It's a slow process. You've noticed I didn't just lose a ton of weight all in one go. It's been a very slow thing. But now you can look at me from 2-3 years ago and compare me to now and be like, oh crap, yeah, he did lose weight. And that's why, because it's the lifestyle changes that I phased out. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, pretty good. Dan the Man gifted 5 more memberships to the channel. Thank you, Dan the Man. Congratulations to... I agree. Inara says, don't drink your calories. It goes a long way. Yeah, most people, at least I would even say in the United States, most people drink a lot of calories and don't realize it. The moment you pick up that soda, the moment you pick up that coffee, but you add in the sugar and the cream and all of that, these are all complete.
Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this idiot has gout. Just to keep that in mind. Hence the reason why we have to drink a glass of fucking cherry juice with our din every night. This idiot has gout. But I'm going to let him go ahead and talk to you about nutrition.
Empty calories. And you have no idea that you're consuming them. And that's where people get the weight and stuff that they get, you know? Yeah, I think the reason that people ask me questions like this, like, Phil, I don't understand. You're a streamer all day. How did you get to where you are? Why do they ask that question? Because they look at other contemporaries of mine who sit there and gain weight constantly. It's like, because I'm not eating bad stuff all day. I'm not.
And remember how he said earlier about how he never says anything bad about these people. He never brings them up in a negative way. He only talks about them positively. Did that sound positive? When he said his contemporaries, you know who he's talking about. He's talking about Boogie and he's talking about Wings. He thinks, oh, well, if I don't say their name, it's ambiguous, so you can't tie nothing to me. That could be applied to anybody. Well, who's the people that you have animosity against right fucking now? Who are the other LOLCOWs that are linked to your fucking name right fucking now? And have been for a number of years. I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Stream. You never see me eat on a stream because I don't. You've seen the extent to which I'm eating and drinking on a stream.
Wait. First off, and this is a pretty active theory, some of the stuff that he eats on stream, we think that he doesn't even finish it after he's done eating it on stream. Catherine is the one that's putting all of that away. And then he's getting something else. On top of that, as the lore has taught us, DSP, and he did this with Panda, pretty much throughout their whole relationship, when they order food, what they were using, what you saw, I should say, for DSP Tries It, was only a small part of what other stuff that was going on. For example, they had there was one DSP Tries It they did for the Nashville hot chicken tender sandwich or whatever. Or not chicken tender sandwich, the chicken tender strips or whatever. Chicken tenders. And I think they got I think they both got 2 sides, they got a drink or whatever. But then, what we didn't see initially is they got a bucket of like 8 or 10 more pieces of chicken and some other sides and biscuits too, and whatnot. And he said, "Oh, we'll eat this over a number of days or whatever." Or another thing DSP used to do back when he was in Connecticut, he would order 3 fucking pizzas because back in that day, I guess Domino's had like a 5 for $5. Like you get a large pizza for $5 if you bought 3 or more. And he'd buy all these pizzas and shit. And he would literally eat that over a day or 2. But he would sit there and tell you, oh, no, this is enough food to last me a week. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to have a little bit here, a little bit there. Like, this dude, this guy doesn't just buy a meal and whatnot and just eat that. He'll buy multiple meals. And he'll show you a small part of what he's eating, but God knows what's downstairs waiting for him later on down the line. And given what he told us about his late night snacking, as they call it, take that into account. Take heed to it.
This is it. Right here. You know what I'm saying? And then what I eat, I tell you exactly what I eat all day. That's my calorie intake for the day. So if you maintain that, you will be, I'm not skinny because I sit here all day. If I actually was a more active person, this tire that I have around me would be gone. And I'd be skinny. I'd be back to my old self, like 185 pounds, which is the best body weight I ever had. I'd be right back there. But, I do sit around all day streaming.
If you've ever seen his, I know you guys have seen it, those pictures of him in the arcade and whatnot, he wasn't 185 pounds there. he was far more scrawny than that. Let's be honest. So, trust me, I don't think he's ever been 185 pounds in his life, to be honest.
That right now, but yeah, it's not rocket science. It's just you need self-control, discipline, and effort. And sadly, a lot of people.
He was going to say exercise, but we went ahead inside of that. We're not even going to bring that up.
Modern day, right? How is it that you enable yourself to eat terrible things and drink terrible things because you have them around you constantly? I don't have a can of soda in my house. If I wanted to drink soda right now, I don't have any. So I'm not going to drink it. And the other thing is, if you don't constantly have that stuff in your lifestyle and your diet, you don't want it. I have a bag of chocolate, Kit Kats, little mini Hershey bars, little mini Reese's peanut butter cups, and Reese's Pieces. I bought that bag 4 months ago at the beginning of the summer. I've eaten it so slowly. I still have a lot of it in that bag. Every once in a while, I just feel like a piece of candy, and I'll grab it and I'll pop it, and I walk away. I don't sit there.
Bitch, that ain't shit. Look here, that's lightweight. All right, dude. At the end of Halloween, right? I'm a fiend for Reese's peanut butter cups and shit and whatnot. I got a Reese's peanut butter cappuccino recipe that I might share with you guys one day once I perfected it. It's just fucking fantastic. Anyway, at the end of the day after Halloween, I will hit up Walmart. I will hit up Target. I will hit up whatever stores that are around me that I know have Reese's Pieces, or any type of Reese's type of situation, and I will buy that shit up at a fucking discount, and I'll throw that bitch in my fucking freezer until I'm ready. I've got shit from like at least a year or two, still sitting in there. On top of what's in my refrigerator, on top of what's in my candy dishes. I stay on top of my shit. And even then, I don't eat that stuff every day. Just because you don't think about it. After a while, I'm just used to seeing it. That doesn't mean anything. And that's nothing new. That's something that a lot of people do. You know what I'm saying? My parents do that. That's where I got the habit from. But most people that I know do that when it comes to their candy of choice. It doesn't have to be Reese's. That's nothing. Real self-control, Phil, is having it in front of you and just saying, you know what? I don't need that right now. Not sitting there and saying, oh, I don't even want it. I don't need it in the house because I'm going to be tempted by it. That's not self-control. That's not self-control. That's you avoiding the problem. Real self-control is you can see it and be like, I'm good. Or, I only need one or two. That's what real self-control is, Phil. That's what real self-control was. Real self-control, Phil, was back in the day when you used to buy all of those Mountain Dew Kickstarters and you were drinking 2 or 3 of those a day. Maybe, just maybe, we could skip a couple days and drink your flavored seltzer water or whatever the fuck. That would have been self-control. Not you stop buying them. Just saying.
Gorging candy. And it's still in my cupboard right now because I don't have desire or temptation to really eat it because it's not part of my diet. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I should also mention BJ's and Sam's because like BJ's and Sam's keep, especially after after Halloween, they keep that shit on. They keep that shit on tap, and they'll have it out there for like weeks at a time, like up till Christmas at times and shit. It's ridiculous. So those are just a couple of spots you could hit up.
That's the key. The key is to change your lifestyle so the things that are bad for you aren't part of that lifestyle so that you want it all the time. You know, back in the day before I had my uric acid imbalance, also known as gout, and it became a big problem where I get flare-ups and things, I used to eat red meat all the time. Burgers, steaks, shellfish, which isn't red meat, but that also is a problem. I used to drink a ton, like a fish, like drinking way too much. Alcohol is what I mean.
And he still does. I changed
my lifestyle. And since I changed my lifestyle, I don't desire those things anymore. I have literally no desire for a steak. And I used to crave it.
What special event was that that we had where he had literally a bag of Total Wine liquor in that bitch? There was like 4 or 5 different types of liquor in that shit. But we have self-control, though, right? We don't desire any of those things, right? We don't drink crazy like we used to back in the day. Yet we got all this liquor in this bag. Some of it was already open. Some of it he was already drinking out of. Been sitting, only bought it like a day ago and already cracked the seal on a few of them. Semantics. I just thought I'd bring it up. I just thought I'd bring it up.
Really care for a steak. Burgers? Almost never do I even think about a hamburger. Never. And I used to eat them all the time. I just don't care. It's not a temptation for me.
Stop. What about those mincemeat sliders that Catherine likes to make for the 4th of July or even for New Year's? You know, the really good ones and shit with all the cheese, and she put all the toppings on it, and it'd be on the like slider rolls. She baked it in the oven, and then you ate a bunch of them and you were good, but then you had that aching in your foot the next day. Semantics. I guess we don't talk about that. That's one of those things, that's one of the things in his upcoming interviews, right? He doesn't want to speak on that stuff. He wants to speak on positive stuff.
So if you don't have them in your lifestyle and in your diet and around at easy access, you don't crave it anymore. It goes away, and then you don't care about that anymore. And then next thing you know, I just lost all this weight, right? There's plenty of amazing things to enjoy in life than just gorging yourself on awful foods and just maintaining an insanely bad body weight that makes you unhealthy. It's ridiculous. But you need to have...
But see, here's the thing about what I said about self-control. Let me give you an example, really funny. Remember when DSP and Catherine ordered out breakfast? This might have been like a year or two ago. And she got, I want to say she got French toast or she got Belgian waffles. I think it was French toast. And either they gave her sour cream by accident or they gave her sour cream and whipped cream, and they couldn't tell what the difference was, so she ended up spreading the sour cream on, and it was bleh. Here's the point I want to make of that. Well, Phil, if sour cream is so fattening and if whipped cream is so fattening that you don't have it in the house, now between the two of you guys at the Brain Trust at Brunel Productions, you guys couldn't even figure out what the difference was between sour cream and fucking whipped cream. You see why that's kind of a problem? Real self-control is you can have it in front of you and you can make a decision not to have it. I'm not judging anybody but Phil and Kat. If you choose to, keep things out of your vicinity, to go ahead and, so it's something that you don't go after. I can't fault you for that, nor will I. Real self-control, though, yet again, is something that's in front of you. It's in your vicinity at any given time, and you are strong enough to say, I don't need that or I don't want that right now. Or I can control myself and only have one or two or whatever, and not have to go off the fucking rails with that shit. This idiot and his wife couldn't figure out the difference between whipped cream and sour cream. Think about that. really think about that.
The self-control, a support system to make that happen for you. And sadly, I just feel like a lot of people don't have that,
Wait, you said you want to talk about self-control and a support system? Give me that. Because I got something for that one.
No, I just lost all this weight, right? There's plenty of amazing things to enjoy in life than just gorging yourself on awful foods and just maintaining an insanely bad body weight that makes you unhealthy. It's ridiculous. But you need to have the discipline, the self-control, a support system to make that happen for you. And sadly, I just feel like a lot of people don't have that,
Okay, real quick. Great screenshot. Which is probably the first time I've said that throughout this. How good was your support system, Phil, that you needed another push? Let's bring that back. How good was your support system that you needed? I almost said something extremely crude. How is it that you needed your support system of choice is having another person to cook healthy meals for you? You couldn't do that on your own. You needed someone else to chauffeur for you, someone else to cater to you, to have healthy meals so you can, quote unquote, get yourself down to a healthy body weight. And then on top of that, how is it that the very person who you needed to make these supposedly healthy meals to help you keep your body weight down and have you allow you to have a healthier lifestyle ain't sat there and gained a shitload of weight that you lost? Make that make sense. So you lost all the weight. You didn't have to do anything about it except for wait for them to cook you din and serve it up. And yet they put on a shitload of weight. Catherine wasn't fat when she came to the Snort Fort. Catherine was not overweight when she came to the fucking Snort Fort. What the fuck happened? Where was her discipline? Where was her support system and support structure? Which is supposed to be him as her husband. Right? So he's systematically starving himself, and she's basically picking up the slack, eating all the leftovers night after night after night, on top of whatever other DoorDash that they're getting throughout the week. But he has the nerve to talk about support system. This smug piece of shit sat there and let himself get, if you want to say he's better, he allowed himself to quote unquote get better, and at the cost of somebody else's health. At the cost of somebody else's well-being. Take that in.
Romy Rose says, I watch a few of your older videos. You've lost a lot of weight. Sometimes I don't realize because I watch you often. That's right. The thing is, my weight loss is not a dramatic weight loss. It's a gradual weight loss over time based on lifestyle changes. And those are more slow. So if you watched old Phil.
First off, you're talking about over years. He was a pudgy piece of shit in 2017. He's in 2020. We're in 2023 now, and he's still out of shape in this weird, fat, skinny type of situation. That's why they say he's wearing a skin suit. That's why you'll see him with these weird ass twitches with his ear or with his like forehead and everything. It looks like the skin is literally shifting as he does it. It wasn't over, 3 years or whatever. It's been like 6 years. And he trying to pass it off like it was over the last 2. No, it wasn't a gradual weight loss. You didn't do anything to lose any weight. You're just systematically starving yourself. And we know DSP don't like leftovers, so guess who has to pick up the slack on that?
Current Phil, you'd be like, oh my God. But if you just watch the slow transition over time, you wouldn't really notice it that much because it's very slow. But
and in my current timeline, right? There's this huge revelation about how he has excuse me, I'm sorry. He has they have like a mountain of like food containers in their garage, right? That's been there since like 2020, right? I haven't actually gone over that yet, but that's that's like the hot topic at the moment and shit. And they've been just sitting on that shit for years. Multiple bags are full all over the garage where they can't even get in and out of the garage because there's so much of it. And they're too lazy and too stupid to take that shit to the dump. Imagine how many containers are out there. Then take that and imagine how many times a week they order. Actually, let's reverse that. Think about how many times they order a day. Then multiply that by how many times you think they do it in a week, and then how many times they do that in a month. And start putting them fucking numbers together. Hypothetical or not. Because if you have so much trash out there that it's taking up multiple bags, and it's been sitting in your garage for years, there's a reason why there were so many goddamn stationary ants running around that bitch. And who knows what kind of roach haven, besides the one he's made for himself, occupies that house as well. Running through all kinds of fucking nooks and crannies in that house. It's coming. I got a broadcast coming on it. But think about that. Think about that.
I mean, back in the day, when I was doing YouTube stuff, 10 years ago, my lifestyle was awful. I would drink all night. I would wake up in the morning, and it wasn't the morning, it was like afternoon, because I wasn't streaming, so I would just wake up randomly in the afternoon, and I would immediately jump into recording. I'd record for like 3-4 hours, immediately start uploading, run out and grab fast food. Every day. Every day was fast food because I didn't cook, because I didn't feel like there was a point. I lived by myself, and I didn't feel like there was a point to cooking because it was too much effort and too much cleanup and too much time to cook for myself. So every day I would go out.
I need that. Y'all need that. We need that. The last round of Snort is on me, but y'all need to hear that.
Wake up randomly in the afternoon, and I would immediately jump into recording. I'd record for like 3-4 hours, immediately start uploading, run out and grab fast food. Every day. Every day was fast food because I didn't cook, because I didn't feel like there was a point. I lived by myself, and I didn't feel like there was a point to cooking because it was too much effort and too much cleanup and too much time to cook for myself. So every day I would go out and I would get fast food. Some days it would be awful, like burgers and hot dogs. Some day it would be grilled chicken sandwiches. Some day it would be a salad or a wrap. So it all depended, but it was always fast food, I drank energy drinks, and the energy drinks were unhealthy. Sodas with caffeine in them and things like that you really shouldn't be drinking. That's the kind of shit that I was drinking back then. And it was bad. And, I had a weight issue because of it. Always. For the longest time. And, it took a long time to get into a routine now where now my life's a lot more healthy.
Now keep in mind, the reason why even Gout didn't change all of this, because all those situations that he basically told you about, he was doing a DSP Trizod on. So he was profiting while he was fucking himself over. Just like Amberlynn Reed, just like Foodie Beauty, he was literally profiting off of his quote-unquote pain. And then the idiot was so inept, because he was living by himself, he didn't see a need to cook his own meals. So that's why we had to run to fucking mommy and daddy's house every Sunday for family dinners or going out to his favorite pizza place or whatever, because they knew he was a piece of shit and couldn't cook. On top of that, his parents were doing, at least his mom, was doing his laundry every week too. You pick it up when I put him down? This lazy piece of garbage has always depended on someone else. And it's always been at someone else's expense. Going back to what I was saying about Catherine. So for those of you who feel inclined to defend Catherine and what most detractors, trolls, haters, and critics say about her, think about that. Think about what this asshole's putting her through, right? And consider some of that animosity going to the asshole who actually deserves it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not asking anybody to do anything, but I'm just saying, if you're looking for something to be mad about, I can give you something to be mad about. Because that's something to be mad about. And laugh about. I shouldn't say mad. Discouraged. Or disturbed by. That's something to be disturbed by, to be honest with you. He couldn't cook his own meals. He can't wash his own fucking clothes. His parents has had to come by and clean the Connecticut condo on more than one occasion. If it wasn't for when Panda left him, he was drinking. He was up all night fucking doing all his 4 a.m. tweets as usual. And he was eating bad. And now Catherine's there. And Catherine don't give a fuck because she's all fucked up. Now, they're still eating bad. She's more down bad than anybody in that house. Well, except for Jasper. Because we can't get a blood test for shit. Womp womp. But take it in on exactly what kind of piece of shit we're dealing with here.
Meals every day. And I eat those literally almost every day. The one day a week we don't eat that cooked meal is the day off, when usually we either go out for one meal or we order in for the one meal. You know, once a week we don't cook at home.
And yet he's contradicted himself multiple times to the fact. But whatever. Whatever.
That's what's caused the changes. Hello, a lot of people are saying.
Oh boy. Fun times to be had, I gotta say. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. This was a long one. That's, that's what's expected. Give me a minute to clean up. We'll reconvene for final thoughts, and I will let you guys go for today. See you guys in a second. Shit. I didn't see the point in cooking because I lived at home by myself. Wow. What a disconnected piece of garbage. Like I said earlier, there's a gap. There was a gap between the first part of this broadcast and the second, but I feel like it was beneficial, to be honest. There was a lot to take away from that as it pertains to Phil's delusions about gaming or where he thinks gaming should be. The surprise at the end with with the whole situation about living on his own and not seeing any value, not seeing the point in cooking his own meals. Explains, truth be told, a lot about why he is the way he is and why he thinks the way he thinks. And not as it pertains to personal hygiene, to cooking, to cleaning, to maintaining relationships, but truth be told, why he treats his community the way he does, the reason why he treats his parents the way he does, the reason why he treats Kat the way he does. It really stems back. And it goes back to something that I've told you guys for a number of years. The way Darkside Phil does anything is more than likely the way he does everything. To be honest, it's just par for the course. That is that's truly what his MO is, and he's never going to change. And truth be told, for those, like I said, for those of you, I'm not singling anybody out, but for those of you who really feel like, hey, it's not funny, or Catherine should be off limits, or whatever the case may be, maybe, just maybe, we should take a closer look at some of that stuff. Some of that nonsense. Not my video in particular, but somebody else's who's a bit more coherent and concise. And think about some of that nonsense. No matter what jab is being thrown at Catherine, it doesn't make up for what she's already going through right now in real time. Something to consider. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it. I will see you guys for whenever the next broadcast is, hopefully sooner than later. And, yeah, DSP News, Snort Report, I've been your host. And take care of yourselves, my people. Take care of yourselves. I'll catch you on the flip. Later.